It's the schedule. Oh, ಸರ್ ಇದ್ರ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಇದೆನಾ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ?
Okay, sir, now video I'm not.
ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಲ್ಕು ಇಮೇಜ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್.
ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
Silent room now.
Zoom ಕಟ್
ಈಗ ಸರ್
The only way to great work is to love. The only way to do great work is to do what you love. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. First of all, we, the family of BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital Bagalkot, would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to BaalaJeevanam 2023, an online national seminar organized by Department of Kaumarabhritya, Basaveshwara Veerashaiva Vidyavardhaka Sangha's Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital Bagalkot, in collaboration with Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, on the occasion of World Breastfeeding Week 2023, highlighting the theme, Enabling Breastfeeding, Making Difference for Working Parents. Honorable Guest of Honor, Shri Mallikarjuna Sasnu Sir, Chairman, Governing Council, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot, respected Organizing Chairman, Dr. Mahantesh M Salimath Sir, Principal, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot, Organizing Secretary, Dr.Abhishek Sir, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Kaumarabhritya, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot, Dr. Ved Prakash Sharma Sir, President, Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, Dr. Amol Shesharao Patil, Secretary, Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, and all the members of Pediatric Society of India, all the esteemed resource persons, organizing committee, teaching faculty, participants, and public. I am Dr. Chaitra, final year PG scholar from Department of PG Studies in Shalyatantra, and it is an honor to be your host for this enlightening and significant event. And I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt and sincere welcome to the esteemed guests, resource persons, participants, and each one of you who have taken their time to be a part of this event. Your presence here reflects your commitment to the well-being of mother and children. So before we proceed further, let us have an insight about BVVS Ayurveda Medical College Hospital, Bagalkot. College was established in the year of 1998. It is one among the esteemed institutions in the region. This year, college is celebrating the 25 years of excellence in academic field and hospital service. Under the visionary leadership of Dr. Veeranasi Charantimath Sir, Chairman BVVS Sangha, Bagalkot. 25 years ago, the institution was founded with the vision to serve humanity, advance medical knowledge, and provide compassionate care to those who in need. Over the years, it has grown and evolved into the beacon of hope and healing and academic excellence. BVVS Ayurveda Medical College offers BAMS 100 intake every year, and MD and MS, that is post-graduation in 4 different subjects. The total area of the college is 10 acres, and the college has the administrative block, lecture hall, and the audiovisual aids, auditorium, herbal garden, and well-furnished library, etc. The departments are well equipped, and maintenance is maintained with the necessary teaching aids as such as museum, models, charts, audiovisual faculties, etc. The college has its own 185-bedded hospital with the equipment with the outpatient departments and inpatient department, Panchakarma unit, operation theatre, Patya unit, investigation block, pharmacy, and manned with the experienced and well-qualified staff. Coming to Department of Kaumarabhritya, the Department of Kaumarabhritya Ayurved Pediatrics is one of the teaching and training wings of BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, catering the needs of children in health and wellness. The department contributes in teaching 60 UG students of third professional BMS, and it has well-equipped OPD and IPD with the number of extension services. Department conducts Swarna Pashana camps in 9 different places and are in and around the Bagalkot every month on the day of Pusha Nakshatra, and cater around 500 to 600 children every month. The best practices of Department of Kaumarabhritya are hands-on training on mannequins in NRP model teaching, problem-based learning, demonstrations, and group activity of clinical cases at IPD and OPD premises, and seminars for the learners. To name few, recently the department has started the NRP skill station with NICU simulations, Stanya Pariksha skill station, and hands-on vaccination training station. The Department of Kaumarabhritya has dedicated a pediatric Panchakarma unit called Kashyapamira to serve the needy and strengthen the children who are the nation's future. The department also runs pre-treatment for ADHS and autistic children to serve the society in the way. Coming to the Pediatric Society of India, Pediatric Society of India formed in 2018. This association is working under the Central Committee of NIMA. NIMA is based, Pediatric Society of India is based on the aims as to provide physical, mental, psychological, and social health to the children and adolescents up to 18 years age as prescribed by NCISM. To focus on updating knowledge in academic and the practical aspects of science, pediatrics in all the possible ways. And it also helps to promote the use of scientific and standard guidelines of their professional conduct as per NCISM or the Ayush, to guard the professional and academic and the economic interest of the teachers and practitioners. So before we proceed into the essence of today's seminar, let us take the moment to understand the importance of World Breastfeeding Week. Every year, from the August 1st to 7th, to commemorate the declaration made by WHO and UNICEF in 1990, this global observance celebrates the vital role of breastfeeding in improving the health and well-being of mother and infants. It provides the unique opportunity for us to promote, protect, and support the breastfeeding as the best source of nutrition for infants. With this, let us move to the inauguration of the seminar. For this, now may I request the organizing chairman, Dr. Mahantesh M Salimath, sir, Principal, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, to inaugurate BaalaJeevanam 2023 by addressing our esteemed audience.
Thank you, Dr. Chaitra. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Mudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Avashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Good morning to one and all present here. First of all, I offer my respectful pranamas to the lotus feet of Puja Guru Basava Mahaswamiji. My pranamas to Sri Viranasi Charantimat, Chairman BV Sangha Bagalkot, Sri Mahesh Athani, Honorary Secretary BVVS Bagalkot, Sri Mallikarjun S. Sastur Sir, Chairman, Governing Council of our college, Dr. Ved Prakash Sharma, President, Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, Dr. Amol Patil, Secretary, Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, all the delegates, teachers, and everyone present in this knowledge enrichment program. We are very happy to welcome you all for this national seminar BaalaJeevanam 2023, organized by our Department of Kaumarabhritya, BVVS Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot. And we're happy that this particular work is having the collaboration with the Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, New Delhi. And it is being celebrated on the occasion of World Breastfeeding Week. World Breastfeeding Week, WBW, is celebrated from August 1st to 7th every year. It was first started in the year 1992 to promote the benefits to breastfeeding on both mother and baby. Friends, the day emphasizes the advantages of infant well-being and health. The day also focuses on maternal health, good nutrition, encouraging mother for feeding. The best source of nourishment for infant and young children is breastfeeding. It is proven life-saving strategy that helps in protecting children against various common childhood illnesses. It may include the diarrhea, the pneumonia, and a number of disorders that disturb the health of the kid. World Breastfeeding Week creates a platform to advocate the extensive advantages of breastfeeding across the globe. Encouraging breastfeeding prevents 20,000 maternal deaths annually and 8,23,000 child deaths annually, which is a very, very horrifying number. According to UNICEF, 60% of infants lack breast milk, which they need in their initial 6 months of life. Friends, the theme of World Breastfeeding Week 2023 is enabling breastfeeding, making a difference for working parents. Because we need to take care of the woman who is also maintaining her family along with her profession. In recent years, we have witnessed a significant increase in breastfeeding challenges. It may include women may have difficulties because of lack of information. There may be a hostile situation at workplace, or it may be of lower output. Therefore, raising awareness among the general population and healthcare professionals is definitely a need of ours. Well-known experts, researchers from different institutions have been invited to present their views and discuss the opportunities, threats, strength, and weakness of this particular subject. Friends, I hope you will have an engaging and enriching sessions ahead. Hereby, I declare that National Seminar BaalaJeevanam 2023 has been inaugurated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Abhishek, sir, Organizing Secretary, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Kaumarabhritya to talk few words. Please, sir.
I cordially welcome you all to BaalaJeevanam seminar. Now, National World Breastfeeding Week. Till this year, now we were talking about the breast milk or breastfeeding. And this year, we are emphasizing on the topic even for the working parent also. Yes, true. There is no alternative or there is no substitute. Even the mother is working. There is no option B or plan B. If the mother is working, the first preference should be a breastfeeding itself. That is why the WABA along with the WHO and UNICEF has kept a theme for this year. That is enabling breastfeeding, making a difference for a working parent. There are a lot of responsibilities even by the organization of the employers. They need to provide some infrastructure, a dedicated feeding room or the work-friendly environment where they need to give some half-an-hour break every 3 hours once. Or there should not be a lot of stress. It definitely have a huge impact on the child health and also the mother's health. And also in the support from the family side, maybe psychological support, encouragement, physical support, and also nutritional needs of the mother. All the things should be met. And finally, what we can say is breast milk. We are saying the breast milk is not species specific; it is baby specific. I'll just give one small example. Imagine there are two scenarios. One, the mother is having a child who is a preterm 30-weeker child, and the other one is having second mother is having the child of around 40-weeker full-term child. the mother who is lactating of a 30-week preterm child, the quality of the breast milk is completely different when compared with the mother who is lactating the 40-week gestation delivered a full-term child. That means it is it is not species specific, it is baby specific. So whatever the needs of the child is there, based on that, she will lactate. That is why we call it is not species specific, it is baby specific. That means even there is no alternate option, even by other lactating mother also, even though it is breastfeeding, there should not be a second mother also. It should be fed from the same mother who has delivered to the baby. So in that case, there is no option for our bottle feeding or top feed or anything. Even the working woman, if she is having any problem with the infrastructure is not there, facility is not there, she can feed before going to the work once, and after coming from the work once. In between, she can express her milk and give through panetic feed. So that is the importance of this year theme, and in details we see from the sessions also. And I cordially welcome you all for the once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abhishek, sir. Now, I'd like to call Dr. Ved Prakash Sharma, sir, President, Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, to talk few words. Please, sir.
Hello, namaskar to everyone. I am Dr. Ved Prakash Sharma. I am the National President of NIMA Pediatric Society of India. And already Dr. Chitra has detailed about the NIMA Pediatric Society of India. I say congratulations to the chairman of BVVS, Ayurveda Medical College, and the organizing secretary, Dr. Abhishek, who organized this good session for the pediatric point of view. I also congratulate the principal of BVS Ayurvedic Medical College, who has given opportunity to the NIMA Pediatric Society of India to combine with this program. And especially thanks to Dr. Abhishek, who just takes initiative in this program for arranging this program. And I say congratulations in advance to Dr. Aziz, Dr. Reddy, and Dr. Abhishek for a coming wonderful session on the breastfeeding topic. I just give one or two things about that. I am in pediatrics for last 27 years, and I attended approximately 12,000 plus deliveries. Even not, I just encountered only one patient whose milk is not sufficient for the baby. Otherwise, all of the mother, they have the quantity of breast milk according to their baby needs. If we encourage the mother to start breastfeeding in normal delivery in first hour and in cesarean in maximum 2 hours, then there is no requirement of even a single drop of milk from outside. Even this milk is totally, as specified Dr. Abhishek, it's baby specific. Hello. The age of 34 and 40 weeks, every mother produces the milk which is totally sufficient for the needs of the baby. Even I attended a very extreme premature baby at the age of 24 weeks. That baby is approximately 580 grams. Or we start nasogastric feeding after some time. The mother milk is giving best opportunity to gain weight, and the improvement of the patient is much more as compared to giving the soft milk. This is the milk which comes in free, but we are not valuing that enough. It's a free milk from the mother, but we have to maintain the health of the mother, we have to give rich diet to the mother so that the baby can get the best milk from the mother. According to the Ayurveda, if we have to do the Jatkram, after Jatkram, we can start with the mother milk. So this is the best thing which the mother has to do for the baby. It's beneficial for the baby and for the mother also, which saves about a lot of disease from the baby point of view and for the mother point of view. So again, congratulations to the organizing team, and especially thanks to Principal, BVVS Medical College and Chairman, who just invited us to combine to organize this webinar. Thank you very much, Dr. Abhishek, for taking this initiative, and best of luck for Ayurveda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I really extend my gratitude for your collaboration. So today with us, we have our esteemed guest, Dr. Shrinidhi Kumar Acharya, sir, Associate Professor, Department of Kaumarabhritya, National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. So now I'd like to request sir to, it's a time to hear a keynote address from Dr. Shrinidhi Kumar Acharya, sir. Before to that, now may I request Dr. Anita B. Kulkarni, ma'am, leader and head Department of Shalakya Tantra, to welcome sir and introduce him to the audience. Please, ma'am.
Online to welcome and introduce one of the eminent personalities of Ayurveda in India, Dr. Shrinidhi Kumar Acharya, sir, to National Seminar BaalaJeevanam 2023. Dr. Shrinidhi Kumar Acharya, sir, is presently working as Associate Professor in the Department of PG Studies in Kaumarabhritya, National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Sir is from Mangalore district. He has completed his BMS from SDM College of Udupi in the year 1999 with distinction in first to final profession BMS. Then he pursued MD in Kaumarabhritya from IMS BHU Varanasi in the year 2003. Further, he completed PhD from Rajasthan Ayurveda University, Jaipur in the year 2011. Sir has rich teaching experience of around 20 years. He initially served as faculty member in the Department of Kaumarabhritya at SDM College of Ayurveda, Hassan for 6 years. Since last 12 years, he is serving as Associate Professor, PG and PhD guide, and also able clinician at National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, and published many scientific articles and research papers. He has guided more than 20 research papers at PG and PhD level. They delivered more than 13 guest lectures at national, international seminars, CMEs, etc. He has credit of publishing more than 30 research articles in various international, national, and peer-reviewed journals. He authored a textbook of Kaumarabhritya titled Acharya's Textbook of Kaumarabhritya, which is published from Chakamba Orientalia, Varanasi. Apart from this, sir also gave many health awareness talks in radio and TV. He has conducted many health camps and health awareness activities among public. With this brief note, once again, I welcome Dr. Shrinidhi Kumar Acharya, sir, to National Seminar BaalaJeevanam 2023. You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anita, ma'am. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Shrinidhi Kumar Acharya, sir, to give his keynote address. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hope I am audible there.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
It's quite clear and audible.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. And can you provide a slide share option?
Yes, sir. Give us a minute. Slide share.
So is it visible there? Hello. Just 1 second. We are giving the host content. Yes, sir. The whole share controls has been given. Okay. Okay, hope I'm audible and also slide is visible.
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir, and visible.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. At the outset, I would like to thank all the organizing secretary members of Bagalkot Ayurvedic College for giving me this opportunity. Wishing all the best for this seminar. I would like to propose my keynote address. Thank you very much again for this opportunity. Yes. If there is any interruption in between, please voice breakage and please inform me. Otherwise, I will continue.
Sure,
So
sir.
thank you very much, and welcome to today's session. And as we know, August first week has been celebrated as World Breastfeeding Week, as per the directions of WHO and UNICEF. And this year theme has been given as challenges of working mother and what may be the solution for the same. So we shall try to explore some of the important points required to have a solution for this problem, because working mother is a new option now, and which was not present in ancient times since last 50 years. So there is a emergence of a new option, that is working mother. So we have to adjust the breastfeeding according to the needs and also facility of the working mother also. Anyway, now we know that breastfeeding is actually right of the baby. No one can deny the breastfeeding, and it is considered as a right of the baby. And rightly, Government of India has been also given the maternity leave. And Indian government has given 6 months of maternity leave also. So the main purpose of this is to enable the exclusive breastfeeding for the mother. Okay, so now breastfeeding, why it is important? So this is the one which is considered as right of the baby. It should not be denied. And mother also have a feeling of motherhoodness. And also mother will have a sense of satisfaction. Now, these are the inner feelings, emotional aspects, and nobody can explain it. So only one can experience it. So this is very important as far as the personal life of the mother is concerned. Apart from that, breastfeeding is a multifaceted benefits. Breastfeeding is beneficial to baby, everybody knows, because it gives the proper nutrition. And apart from that, it is also helpful to the mother to prevent so many disorders. And breastfeeding is also important for the father because it reduces the cost. And as well as breastfeeding is equally important for the society because it produces quality citizens. So there are multifaceted benefits of the breastfeeding. Now, more than that, if you want to invest something, that is breastfeeding is the best or great investment. Okay. So now, if you are giving the breast milk to the baby, so it may reduce your attention as far as the academics of the child is concerned, because we know that proper breastfeeding till possible time, possible years, maybe up to 2 years. So that increases the IQ of the child, and academically child will be okay. And this is one of the greatest investment. Similarly, breast milk is another type of investment where you are increasing the body immunity. Whenever there is immunity is there is less sickness to the child. That saves the money of the father or
the family, and that is also a great investment. Similarly, breast milk is a best investment for the future life, because a proper breastfeeding after 2 years maybe prevent so many lifestyle related disorders in future, like hypertension, diabetes mellitus, obesity, etc. So which makes the future of the baby secure. So there is no investment better than the breastfeeding if you are really bothered about your child. So three-way benefit we have already seen. And as I told earlier, the government also is giving 6 months of maternity leave, because we always talk about exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months. So this 6 months of feeding is get uninterrupted. So with this great intention, government has given 6 months maternity leave for all the government workers, okay, or the government office workers. Even you will be surprised, even in some of the foreign countries, developed foreign countries, there is no option of maternity leave. So this shows that India is far better than so many countries as far as the awareness regarding the breastfeeding is concerned. Okay, but really, after 6 months, feeding the baby, or even before 6 months, feeding the baby may be a little problematic to a working mother who is working in the private sector. Of course, government has given a maternity benefit law where one has to provide all the facility to the breastfeeding working mother to feed the baby, like providing a private room and all those things. This is the rule of the law of India. Okay, it has to be followed, and every company has to provide it. Okay, so anyway, in private sectors there may be some problems, but in government sectors, government made it very clear by giving 6-month maternity leave. Now, sometime mother may attend the work at a earlier phase because of some of the economical problems may be related, or some of the personal problems. Okay, some of the career related problems. She is bounded to attend the work before 6 months also. That's a different issue because it is related to the private sector. Now, one of the options is government is also giving the antenatal leave also in the last trimester usually. So if possible, you can use this antenatal leave after birth to extend the exclusive breastfeeding. Okay, this is the basic points. Now, once the maternity leave is over, what is next? This is the biggest problem. Till maternity leave, no problem, but afterwards, what you will do? Now, if after maternity leave, if the mother is not properly guided, so she may commit some of the mistakes. Okay, so what are the mistakes that she can do? She may shift completely to the top feed along with only night breastfeed, or she may completely stop the breastfeeding and directly go to the top feeding, or she may also develop guilt consciousness. Now, this is very, very important. So when the working mother is not able to take care of the baby round the clock, she will have the guilt consciousness. And this guilt consciousness itself may lead to depression and reduction in the breast milk production. Or sometimes if she is giving the baby to somebody else to take care, so it may result in overfeeding or underfeeding also. Both of the problems are there. Okay, there may be also underfeeding and there may be also overfeeding. So what is important is when mother is going to work, baby is not only missing the nutrition. Okay, baby is also missing the attachment and emotional support and maternal bonding. So this is very important. So for the working mother, one which creates the guilty consciousness is she is not able to emotionally in touch with the baby around the clock, or maternal bonding will be get affected. But one thing you have to remember that after 6 months, actually the nutritional need of the baby decreases. That means we can substitute the nutritional need of the baby by other means like top feed, etc. But after 6 months, one which increases is emotional attachment. The dependency, emotional dependency of the baby increases after 6 months, and nutritional dependency of the baby is more in the first 6 months. So when you resume to work after 6 months, what bothers the mother more than the nutritional support is the emotional detachment with the mother, and same with the baby also. Now, yes, what is the best solution for this? Now, so breast milk is a link between the baby and as well as mother. So it helps to maintain the nutritional and as well as emotional attachment between both of them. So what is the best solution? Yes, we know that after the period of exclusive breastfeeding, you can go for EBM, expressed breast milk. So what is this EBM? We know that that the breast milk of the mother has to be collected in some clean vessel, and it should be stored in a proper temperature, and then it has to be given to the baby. So to express the breast milk from the mother, we have about 2 or 3 methods. You can go for manual methods, okay, where massage the breast area circularly and longitudinal fashion, followed by compression and release, and collect the breast milk and keep it in the fridge and give to the baby whenever it is required. You can also use the breast pump, and you can also use the electrical breast pump. And another simplest way of collecting the express breast milk is usually when the mother is feeding the baby from the another breast, the milk will oozes out. You can collect that oozing breast milk and keep it in a vessel and use whenever you are not there. Okay, so collect it, store it, and feed the baby whenever needed when you are in the workplace. Now, before resume to work, we know that after 6 months now you have to attend the work, and the preparation has to be started in the 4th month itself. You fix a schedule so that the same can be followed even after 6 months also. You should not start the preparation after 6 months. You should start the preparation by the end of 4th month itself and fix a schedule. In between, try to give EBM milk, express breast milk to the baby, so that baby is habituated and you also get habituated. Okay, and learn how to express the breast milk, learn how to store the breast milk, okay, and how to pre-warm it, and all these things you can learn, and you can fix a schedule pre-early if you start the preparation in the 4th month itself. Now, EBM at workplace. Okay, so you are extracting the breast milk and then you are going to your workplace. But even at the workplace also, you have to remove the EBM. You have to remove the breast milk, because see, at 9 o'clock, if you are going, you will be back by 5 o'clock. There are 8 hours of gap in between. So for the 8 hours, the milk is get collected in the breast. Now, one of the main problem is the collected breast milk from the breast. If it is not removed, then it means stagnated there only, then that itself is a negative feedback mechanism for the stoppage of the prolactin secretion and also the oxytocin secretion. We call it as negative feedback system. So that means when there is no utilization, the breast milk production gradually stops or decreases. Okay, so if the same is continued by 1 or 2 months, there is a significant decrease in the production of the breast milk, and baby may suffer. So in order to remove this particular problem, so you have to go for EBM in the workplace also. Okay, so at workplace also you have to remove the breast milk every 4 hourly or 3 hourly, so that a breast milk production will be proper. Okay, for this you can carry an ice pack or a carrier like substance, or extract the breast milk in the workplace, where you have been provided with a private room and all, and you store it and bring back to the home and put it into the freezer of the refrigerator. So now in the workplace, you should be provided with a private room to express the breast milk. Okay, now suppose if the workplace is very near to your home, so you can take a 5 minutes or 10 minutes of break and come back to the home and feed the baby, and then you can go. If it is not possible, it is better to extract, that is, express the breast milk in the workplace every 3 hourly, so that breast milk production chain will be continuous. Now, these are some of the basics. Collect the EBM in a clean vessel. In room temperature, you can store EBM for 4 to 6 hours. Okay. In the top compartment of the refrigerator, it can be stored up to 5 to 7 days. Whereas if you put it in the freezer, breast milk can be stored for 3 to 6 months. So if you are putting the breast milk in the freezer, before use, you have to bring back it into the room temperature, and then you have to use it. So you cannot go for direct heating or microwave heating or boiling, etc. So bring it into the normal room temperature. It may require 1 or 2 hours, and then you can feed. Once it is taken out from the freezer, again, it should not be freezer. Then it should be discarded. Therefore, always try to collect the breast milk in a small vessels, or small breast milk bags are available, so that the wastage will be avoided or minimum. Breast milk bags are available, and every time you collect the breast milk, put the name and date and the time, so that the first breast milk can be used at the first and the last one can be used at the last. Okay, so therefore date and time of collection of the EBM is also very important, and it should be labeled. So once it is removed, it should not be freezed again and again. So this is also quite useful if you take the EBM when you are traveling. Some ladies, they feel very much hesitated to feed the baby when they're traveling directly from the breast. So in such situations, you can go for EBM feeding, provided you will have a ice pack to store this breast milk in a proper temperature. Now, one should not forget some of the very important things. That is, a frozen EBM should be used only after bringing it back to the normal temperature, and do not refreeze it, number one. Number two, milk which is stored will always have slightly different color than the fresh milk. So mother should not think that this milk is spoiled or it is rancified. No, it is not like that. A stored breast milk will always have a slightly different color than that of the original fresh breast milk. Okay. Now, this EBM can be even given when the mother started complementary feeding to the baby. Suppose mother is giving about about 6 or 7 feed per day after 6 months. So you go with complementary feeding, at least you can replace 2 or 3 feeds with the expressed EBM. Okay. Now, another important thing is quality of the breast milk, which is EBM, which is stored, will be depending upon, it depends greatly on the temperature at the time of breast milk expression, storage temperature, timings, nutrition of the mother, etc. From a malnourished mother, you cannot expect a high quality breast milk. Okay. So one thing is very clear, it should not be stored in the plastic containers. Better is you can use the breast milk bags or stainless steel or some of the glass bottles. Now, another important thing is she definitely needs cooperation from the family. So this is not a one-man process. So definitely there is a requirement of cooperation from the family, cooperation from the community, cooperation from the government, family members, husband, everything is required. Okay, you should provide good nutrition to the feeding mother, and more than that, emotional support to the mother, because mother is already having guilty consciousness that I am not able to take care of my baby, I am not able to feed my baby would have been hungry there. So all these things are going on in the body, in the mind of the mother. So it is very important to give the emotional support. So after coming back from the working place or working hours, definitely a mother is exhausted. So we should understand that, and we should give all the support possible. And working mother's guilt, that is very, very dangerous. It may lead to psychosis, it may lead to depression, and it may lead to so many other problems. Okay, loss of interest, etc. And ultimately the effect will be on the breast milk production. Now, these are the basics. I will not go in detail. CDC recommendation for the storage of the breast milk. Now, this is the point that I want to highlight for the next few minutes. How a working mother should overcome this challenge. Okay, now working mother feeding the baby, how she should overcome this challenge. So it's very simple. She has to follow certain principles. Then it is very easy and also interesting. Okay, what is the principle number 1? Try to give the maximum time to the baby, maybe in the home, maybe outside. Now see, as Ayurveda explains very beautifully, touching the baby, listening to the voice of the baby and talking to the baby and thinking about the baby will going to increase the breast milk. Okay, so apatya darshanat, sparshanat, etc. So this will going to increase the breast milk secretion. So always try to boost your oxytocin. Oxytocin is important for the ejection of the breast milk. Prolactin is important for the production of the breast milk. Now try to increase the oxytocin level. So oxytocin is also called as a love hormone. Okay, so the emotional engagement of the mother with the baby, so that increase the oxytocin. So try to think always about the mother. Whenever you have got the time, you try to spend maximum time with the baby. So the oxytocin level will going to increase by touch, thinking of the baby, talking to the baby. So whenever you got the opportunity, try to touch the baby, talk to the baby, play with the baby. Of course, this is not possible in the working place, but it's definitely possible in the home when you are back home. Number 1. Number 2, this also, instead of thinking in the negative way, if you think on the positive way about the baby, so that also decreases the guilt consciousness of the mother. Now, nowadays it is an era of the social media and all, so it's very easy. Just leave back a voice message. Okay, so voice message and make the baby listen it. Similarly, you also listen the voice message of the baby. Baby is crying or babbling, etc. Okay, so whenever possible, you go for a video call with the baby and mother and baby talking in video call. See, now this is a modern technology given this facility for you. So this greatly helps to increase the oxytocin level. And in your absence in the home, make the baby sleep on the sari that you saw, sari or the dresses that you used to wear. Now, traditionally, there is a method where we say the mother's saris, which is used in the antenatal period. When mother is in the antenatal period, mother used to wear the saris. Those saris will be used as the cradle in the postnatal life for the baby sleeping. Now the idea is very clear. Okay, so that sari has give a emotional touch to the baby and baby will sleep well. So similarly here also, make the baby sleep on the sari or any other dressing of the mother, and mother also should take the dresses of the baby and keep on touching it. Okay, so this helps to emotionally connect both of them. And of course, mother can keep on viewing the baby's videos or some other photos, etc. So all these things helps to increase the oxytocin, and breastfeeding will be proper, and they will be also connected. That particular attachment, emotional attachment, which is missing, physically missing, will be available mentally. Second important principle is manage the comments of the people. This is quite common because we are living in the community, so we cannot avoid the comments. There are many comments that a working mother will face. Okay, so somebody will come and say, yes, there is no replacement for the mother, but she is still going to the work. Of course, what they are telling is right, but they don't know that this particular sentence, dialogue, it causes much guilty consciousness in the mother, although they are telling the truth. Okay, so mother should know how to manage these things. Somebody may say, if the mother is there, the baby will grow better. Yes, sentence is right. But still, when you when you utter this sentence in front of a working mother, her reaction is different. Okay, so it will affect the future of the baby. Yes, and these are the comment of the people, and you should know how to manage this. Then somebody can say, what is the need to work? Baby is most important. Okay, so what is the need to work? That mother knows, isn't it? So they are behind the money, but they are not behind the family. They don't know the importance of family. So such comments are common in the community, and a working mother should understand that she should not waste her time on reacting to this comment. Rather, she should utilize her time in the baby care. Okay, so neglect such comments and concentrate more on the baby care. So this is the principle number 2 that a working mother has to follow. Another important principle that a working mother has to follow is don't try to become a perfect mother and try to become an intelligent or good mother. Now, there's a difference between perfect mother and intelligent mother or good mother. Perfect mother is that mother who is taking care of the baby, who is taking care of the husband, who is taking care of the family, who is also doing the domestic work, and who is also remembering also do's and don'ts of the maternal and paternal side people. So in society, such a lady is considered as a perfect lady, paripurna nari, okay, or paripurna mata. So, but a working mother should not try to become a perfect mother. So she should try to become a good mother or intelligent mother. So many things can be replaced, isn't it? The domestic work, which she is actually doing, that can be replaced by employing some of the workers, okay? And she can use that particular time to the effective care of the baby. So what I mean to say is work very intelligently and smartly. Become a smart mother. Don't go behind the title of perfect mother. It will create a lot of tension. Okay, and also you're not able to carry the baby. So neglect all those things and try to become a smart mother or try to become a good mother. Okay, what do you mean by good mother? Good mother is who is taking care of all the facets of the baby and the family, although she is physically not present there. Okay, now suppose when our son is studying somewhere, we cannot be there physically, but we provide all the money and other requirement required for him. So although he is not a perfect father, he is an intelligent father or a good father. So I hope you understand this part. So don't try to become a perfect mother, try to be a good mother. Good mother is one. By anyhow, she is taking care of everything, although physically she is not there. Now, convince the family members. The principle number 4 is convince the family members. Now this is very important. A working mother has to convince the family members. Then they start supporting them. Why you are going to work? With all these difficulties, why you are going to work by leaving the baby alone? So you should very clear that why you are going to work. Is it for a financial reason? Then convince them, we need some finance. When the baby grows, the needs increases, the expenses increase, and we have to earn. So therefore, I am starting it from right itself. Okay. So this is the way that you can convince them. But is it for satisfaction? Sometimes, yes, economically fit mother is there. So economically, there is no problem. Still, she is going there. So you can convince them just 2 or 3 hours, whatever I'm doing, is more for satisfaction. Okay, now you can convince them I'm doing it for a career advancing, because if I leave this job, quit this job now, later I will not get a good opportunity. So anyhow, with your support, I have to carry on this. So like this, you go on, convince your family. And once you are able to convince them, definitely everybody will go into support you. More than that, you should try to forgive yourself and you have to convince yourself. So what is the meaning? As you are working and also you are taking the family care and baby care, etc. So definitely you will commit some of the mistakes. You may forget some of the important dates and you may do some irregular work also. It is quite obvious because you are overloaded. Now try to forgive yourself. Somebody may give some comments on it, but try to forgive yourself, because you should convince yourself that I am doing extra work, so such mistakes are possible. It is obvious, so I need not to be worried. Let the people tell something because I'm doing overwork. So when you do overwork, definitely the mistakes are common. So try to convince yourself, try to forgive yourself, and also try to convince others that why you are going to work. Another important principle is talk more to the supporting friends. Now, definitely there are many friends out there. Some of them are giving negative thoughts, some of them giving the positive thoughts. Now, always somebody will be there who is really appreciating your dedication and your work. Okay, so make close friends, circuits of such close friends. Always be in touch with those people rather than those who are talking negatively. Okay, and ready for some sacrifice. Another important principle: working mother has to do some of the sacrifice priorly, because you cannot enjoy a round the clock care with the baby. Why? Because see, when you are in the working place, sometimes what happens, some of the developmental milestones of the baby will be there that you are missing. The baby started walking for the first time, that time you are in the working place. Okay, definitely you will be hearted, because I am not there to see my first steps of my baby. So be ready for such sacrifice. Be ready for such sacrifice. Sometimes when you come back after exhausting from the workplace and you are calling your baby, but your baby is not coming to you because it is now stick to the caretaker. So you may feel very, very bad. ठीक है, सो पूरा दिन जो है मैं बच्चे के बारे में सोचता रहा, मैं जब आया तो बच्चा मेरे पास आया नहीं है. ठीक है, so such things are quite common, and be ready for that. Be ready for that. So therefore I'm telling, use the social media technology to the highest extent to overcome all these problems. Now, one more very important thing is quality and quantity. Now, it is always the quality time which is important. Suppose a mother is there for 24 hours with a baby, and mother is engaging herself in the mobile, TV serials, and some other social media, and not taking care of the baby properly, then it is of no use, although she is there around the clock. Rather than if you're only with the baby for 3 or 4 hours, but give complete time to the baby by switching off all the mobiles and all those things, that is a quality time. So try to give the quality time rather than the quantity. Quantity is not important, quality is important. Try to understand this. So these are some of the principles that a working mother has to understand, and she employed it. Definitely she will overcome all these problems. Now, there are some tips that how a working mother can manage these problems. Yes, try to use the social media to the maximum extent and save the time by opting the online purchase. Rather than wasting your time on purchasing the vegetables and so many grocery items, etc., use that time for the baby care. And in the workplace itself, you order the online orders, and by the time you reach home, the materials will be also there delivered to your home, so that you can save the time. Do the checklist, very important. So do the checklist clearly, so that what should be prepared for diaper, for example. Diaper is finished. So you should have a checklist when I have to bring back the new bundle of diapers or feeding bottles, etc. Then put the reminders. Put the reminders for vaccination of the baby, follow-up of the baby. For other words, keep the reminders that will help you. Then enjoy with the baby. That is very important. Try to spend maximum time with the baby. When you come back to home, hold the baby, hug the baby, and dance with the baby. By hugging it, you dance the baby. So this gives a mental relaxation for you. And also it provides a physical exercise. Whole day work stress will be relieved by these 5 minutes of dancing with the baby. Okay. So always try to put your workplace very near to the home if possible. Some sub branches are there. So suppose for the time being, you can shift to that sub branch which is very near to home. If the facilities is there, you can do this also. And take the help of the family members. And this is actually the time that family members has to help. So definitely they will help if you're able to convince them and try to take their help. And get everything ready priorly. For example, tomorrow morning breakfast. Now, most of the time when the mother is working, she will also have another elder boy also, or boy or girl also, who is going to the school. Now she has to prepare that for the elder one also. She has to take the care of the newer one also. So be ready with the checklist priorly itself. Tomorrow breakfast, what I have to do, what will be the clothings of my elder child for today. So like this, you prepare priorly. Okay, you can try this by doing a 10-minute drill. Okay, 10-minute drill means जल्दी जो है काम को कैसे करना है, कोई आप अपने आप एक टाइम लिमिट फिक्स करो और उसके बाद काम करना शुरू करो कि अब 10 मिनट में इतना मुझे काम कंप्लीट करना है. So when you try like this, so you will be habituated to do the work faster. Okay, that will going to help. Now another important thing is working mother is sleep. Okay, definitely mother is exhausted, she wants the sleep. Okay, rest. So how she can substitute this sleep? See, almost all 20 minutes of meditation is equal to 2 hours of the sleep. 10 minutes of a nap in between is equal to 2 hours of sleep. So try to take such small naps or meditation, etc., so that the mother will keep herself very much relaxed. And these are some of the important tips to the mother who is actually feeding the baby along with the work. Okay, so there are many things are there. I will not go in detail. This is the Maternal Benefit Act, which is given in India. Every establishment, okay, this is the right of the mother. Every establishment having 50 or more employers must be provided with the facility of crèche in such a distance as proposed, either separately or in common facilities, so that mother can visit the crèche at least 3 to 4 times. This is the Maternal Benefit Act of India. No private sector can deny this facility. They have to provide this facility. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity for me. Thank you very much. I hope you are benefited by the talk. Thank you very much, and wishing you all the best for the future, all the programs today. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
So kindly provide the phrase.
That's what I have to do. Is it okay?
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for giving a keynote address and highlighting the principles for breastfeeding mothers and motivating to become a good mother rather than the perfect mother, and your tips for mothers to face this challenge. I once again thank you for your keynote address. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So it's a time to dwell into the actual sessions now. For our first session, we have the resource person as Dr. Abhishek S, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Kaumarabhritya, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot. So, sir will share the insight of FAQs of breastfeeding. Before to this, may I request Dr. Asha ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Panchakarma, to welcome sir and give his brief introduction. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Chaitra. A warm good evening, good morning to all. Myself, Dr. Asha, Assistant Department of Panchakarma. Welcome you all for online national level seminar on BaalaJeevanam 2023, organized by Department of Kaumarabhritya, BVVS Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot, in collaboration with Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, on the occasion of World Breastfeeding Week 2023, with the theme of enabling breastfeeding, making a difference for working parents. The breastfeeding week. Now the seminar session will open. The first session is by Dr. Abhishek sir on FAQs of breastfeeding. Now I will give brief introduction regarding Dr. Abhishek sir. Dr. Abhishek, yes, MD in Kaumarabhritya, is presently working as an assistant professor and head of Department of Kaumarabhritya, BVVS Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot. He has completed his undergraduation from Sri Kalabhaireshwara Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Bangalore, in the year of 2018. He pursued post-graduation in the Department of Kaumarabhritya from Sri BMK Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Belgavi, in the year of 2022, and he has scored first rank for the university. He has driven, focused and passionate about neonatology. He was trained Department of Pediatrics and Neonatology in KEM Hospital, Pune, for the excellence in the subject and skills. He is a API and NNF certified neonatal resuscitation provider, trained more than 800 health workers in newborn resuscitation. He received and resuscitated and helped over 400 newborn babies to restore physiological transition after the birth. He is a member and national organizer of Central Committee, Pediatric Society of India, NIMA. He is the founder and CEO of firm Kashyapa Jivaka Tradition, and he runs a champion called Swarna Prashana, Swastha Prashana, to make children live better, and have administered more than 10,000 Swarna Prashana till today. He has awarded with the title Swarna Vaidya in 2023 for his extensive research and contribution in the field of Swarna Prashana. He also published more than 9 articles, national, international, and peer-reviewed journals. He is the represented as the best paper presenter in the international conference. He contributed as a co-author of our upcoming textbook on Kaumarabhritya. He is a dependable teacher and a passion for to deliver educational assistance to various level of learner. He actively involved in clinical and patient care activities as a consultant of Ayurvedic pediatrician. This is brief introduction regarding Dr. Abhishek sir. Now I will welcome you, Dr. Abhishek sir, for the session. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thanks for the welcome. Again, a warm welcome to all of you for our national seminar, BaalaJeevanam 2023. And my session topic is an insight into the FAQs of the breastfeeding. This we have chosen because even the participants, other than UG or PG scholars, even we have an parents also, working parents, or the who is lactating. So for them, there will be a lot of questions or confusion during the period of breastfeeding. So there are those questions. Even at times we cannot answer doctors also. That might be simple, silly questions. It might look like, seems like, but definitely it will have a huge impact on the child. So there are a few set of questions which have been framed, and I'm going to answer them all. So topic: an insight into the FAQs of breastfeeding. Next. First question: how to ensure the baby is having good attachment during the breastfeeding? This is one among the very important question. How do you know whether the baby's latching is proper or not? See, once the baby, if the baby is there, assume we have a baby. Proper attachment is, it's not just holding the baby something like this and turning the face towards your breast. You need to completely turn the baby to the mother's abdomen. So the whole abdomen of the child should be in touch with the mother's abdomen. So the whole body should be turned to the mother's side, and it should be skin to skin contact. It is not just face you will tilt it. First thing. Second thing, once you latch here, the baby's chin should be touching the breast. You can see there is a photo over there. The baby's chin is touching the breast of the baby. That is one thing. Second thing, the baby's mouth should be wide open. It is not just open. It should be wide open. The mouth of the child should be wide open. So third thing, you can see in the photo, there is areola is not visible in the photo. You can see that. That means the nipple of the breast and also the areola of the breast, whatever is there, it should be completely inside the baby's mouth. It is not only the nipple, the whole areola part which is there on the breast, it should be completely inside the baby's mouth. While suckling the baby, while sucking, it should not be a painful or discomfort to the mother. It should be a comfortable lactation procedure to the mother also. Along with that, the lips of the baby should be facing outwards. These are the few signs where you can understand the proper latchment or attachment of the child to the breast. Next. The next is how to delatch the baby. Once the baby has been feeding is done, then how do you delatch the baby from the breast? This is also very important. Sometimes, usually after the satisfaction of hunger or thirst, the baby delatches itself. Either the baby delatches itself or the baby will go to sleep and delatches. Few times in very rare conditions, what happens? The baby might stop sucking, but there will be some strong suction force to the baby. It will be, the mouth of the baby will be attached to the mother's breast itself. So at that times, how do you delatch the baby? The baby's feeding is over 15-20 minutes. The baby has been fed, but still it has not been delatched. At that times, how do you delatch is just take the index finger and just do like this at the angle of the mouth or the corner of the mouth. This is again, we call it as a sucking reflex kind of. So once you just scratch the angle of the mouth or do movements here, maybe wide open the mouth and you can delatch it. Next. The frequency. How frequently the baby should be breastfed? It is one among the very important question and very widely mistaken. How frequently? There are few persons that tell every 2 to 3 years once you need to feed the baby. Alarm method. You will put an alarm every 2 hours once, and you have to feed throughout the day every 2 hours once, and even at night times also. Mother will keep an alarm. She'll wake up. But listen, this is completely wrong. These alarm technique, alarming thing, we can do only for starting 1 or 2 days where the lactation is insufficient. At that time, you keep feeding. So after that, once the lactation is sufficient, how do you feed is, it is called as demand feeding. It's not about alarming feeding. It's called as demand feeding. So what is demand feeding? Once you give the feed, it is sufficient, lactation is sufficient, then baby will sleep. There are a few parameters where you assess the sufficiency of lactation. So once the baby is satisfied, there are a few parameters like the baby sleeps without any disturbance for around 2.5 to 3.5 minutes after each feed. One thing. Second thing, there will be the weight. If you put the weight chart, it always will be an inclining curve. regularly on daily basis, there will be a weight gain to the child. If then 8 to 10 times the baby passes urine a day, usually almost after each feed, the baby passes stools. Then the baby will be healthy, the baby will be active. All those things are the signs where you will decide the lactation is sufficient. So at this time, only demand feeding is sufficient. There is no need of alarming technique except the first starting 2-3 days. So demand feeding, once the baby wakes up from the sleep after 2.5 to 3.5 hours, at that time you give. You don't go and wake up the baby and give feeding. No, it is once the baby wakes up, at that time you give feeding. And also there are, if you see the breast milk, there are two types. One is the starting the fore milk and the hind milk. Fore milk is more of proteins, so and it is very thin in nature. Starting whatever the 2 to 3 minutes the milk comes from the breast or at the time of lactation, it is called as fore milk. It is very thin, it is rich in protein content, so that satisfies only the thirst part. Later, whatever the milk comes, it is called as hind milk. It is very rich in fat content, so that will satisfy the hunger also. So you need to give both the fore milk also and also the hind milk also. So by this, we can achieve the good weight gain pattern also. Yes, next, what should be the duration of each feed? How much long you need to keep? It's usually around 15 to 20 minutes will be the one cycle of each feeding. But still, again, I said you, there is fore milk is there, there is a hind milk is there. All the milk should be gone. And the procedure is like, example, you have put the baby on this breastfeed. After 15 to 20 minutes, the baby has been fed. Maybe you have emptied the one breast and then you have gone to the other breast. So at that time, during the second breast, it is half emptied. Then baby is satisfied, then it's over. After 2.5 hours or after 3 hours, during the next feed, while you're feeding, don't put to the other breast. Whatever the half emptied breast was there, go to that breast itself, start with that breast, complete it, because if it is only half is done, only fore milk has gone. There is no hind milk has not been given. So you need to give both the fore milk and the hind milk. So you give both the fore milk and hind milk by giving the feeding from the half emptied breast. Then you go for the other. Usually it takes around 15 to 20 minutes of feeding, which is sufficient. But sometimes what happens, the baby might sleep immediately after some 2 to 3 hours. Maybe the baby will drink the fore milk and baby will sleep because thirst part has been satisfied. So at that time, what you do is you just take the index finger again behind the ears, just scratch it or take the sole of the baby and just do flickering movements. By this, baby wakes up and we can start feeding. Next slide. So you can see here by the art of breastfeeding, you can see there touching the ear or stroking the soles by a mother, music of her heartbeats to her baby while she places here, tender touch, whatever she does, the love and affectionate look. She also provide warm skin to skin contact. So all these are like, she'll give complete stimulation to the baby. It's not just hold and give. It is not a mechanical thing. So all these factors, these are like, you'll give stimulation to the child. So it gives the bonding also to the mother, emotional support also, and the mother, you know, that hormonal thing. Progesterone, estrogen, one is responsible for the production, one is responsible for the ejection. So all these things are based on this itself. Touching the ears, stroking the soles, music of her heartbeat, it acts and music to soothing kind of, tender touch of the mother, love, affectionate look, provide warmth that because of the skin to skin contact. I had told you how it should be kept during the latching. So all these are like stimulation to the child. It's not just a mechanical feeding thing. It's a complete stimulation, sensory stimulation. Next. How long to continue breastfeeding? See, we suggest, you might have heard of, breastfeeding should be done exclusively for up to 6 months. There is no option A or there is no option B or there is no plan B. Till 6 months, only exclusive breast milk, not even a drop of water also. The baby is thirsty, give milk. The baby is hungry, give milk. The baby needs something, give milk. Other than this, nothing else. Only exclusive breast milk. After 6 months, after completion of 6 months, it's not from 6 months onwards. After the completion of 6 months, that means from the 7th month onwards, you along with the breast milk, you give some other weaning things also, whatever is available in the home, fruit, maybe mashed in the milk or something, or you can also give the milk products, maybe curds, yogurt, or the cheese thing, all those things. You start giving with that semi-solid foods. Once the baby get teeth, then you can give solid food at maybe rice mashed with water or milk, those things. But till month 6 months, it is exclusive breast milk. From 7th month onwards, we can start giving, we can wean it along with the other products. Until how long you can feed? It is till 2 years. Exclusive breast milk only till 6 months, and you can other with along with the other food along with other food articles. You can start. I mean, you can continue feeding till 2 years of life without stoppage. The mother also lactate. The reason for weaning is the starting 6 months, whatever the nutrition needed for the growth of a child, that will be satisfied by the nutritional needs will be met by the breast milk itself. So after that, whatever the requirement is there, that maybe breast milk could not meet that criteria. So along with the milk, you'll also give a weaning thing. Mannequin. See here. Next. So now you might have heard of this nipple confusion, but it will be very query kind of what is nipple confusion? How does it happen? So nipple confusion means, I'll explain the scenario. See, now maybe the mother might be working, or she might be a misconception where my breast milk is not sufficient, like that. So at that times, what they'll start giving along with the breast milk, they'll give some 2 to 3 feet of bottle milk, which is having rubber nipple kind of in the bottle milk. So that will become a practice to the child regularly. If you give it daily practice, then it will become practice to the baby also. That time what happens? See, there is a huge difference while suckling from the actual breast, and from the nipple of rubber nipple from the breast milk, I mean the bottle milk. So in case of actual breast, how does it happen? Baby has to wide open the mouth. The nipple should go inside the mouth. The areola part should go inside the mouth, and the baby should actively start sucking with the pressure, all those things. But in case of nipple, or the breast milk or the cow's milk in a bottle, in case of rubber nipple, it is nothing. It just what the baby do is, it takes the bottle and it keeps inside this mouth, and your mother will keep it readily. Then the baby starts just biting the nipple. Then she'll get. So it is. What happens is it will be very easy for the baby when compared with the breast milk. Unfortunately, breast milk feeding from the sucking from the breast milk is a bit difficult when compared with the bottle milk. So baby will be habituated to the bottle milk itself. So it is very easy also. The process what the baby now do in our bottle milk is, he just has to bite the nipple and he get the milk. Understand? So same time, the next feed, if you put the baby on the breast, what happens? Baby, the complete areola should go inside the mouth and start to stuck with so much of pressure, suction pressure, correct? That is very tiring to the child. What baby will do? Baby will also prefer the bottle milk, unfortunately, instead of the breast milk. So once it become a practice to the child or the baby will forget what the procedure, because it is bit tiring. Even we'll also forget, correct? If it is very some discomfort thing is there. Similarly, baby will also forget all those hard, tiring procedure, and baby will start like it likes to get just biting from the nipple itself. So after a few days, when it become practice, again, if you put the babies on the mother's breast, what happens? Baby will start biting in the same way how it was biting in the milk. The bottle, the nipple biting thing. That consequence is what happened. There might be a sore nipple or sore nipple kind of, cracked nipple kind of, all those things will develop in the mother's breast. This is called as nipple confusion. Baby could not make out the nipple and the breast nipple from the could not differentiate from the breast nipple and the bottle's nipple. So there will be confusion, and once it has been kept to the mother's breast, again it will start biting the mother's breast, and there will be consequences to the mother like painful nipple or cracked nipple, all those things, sore nipple, etc. So those things should not be done. Always give breast milk itself. Never give bottle milk. In case of any emergency or you're working, there is no infrastructure by the organization. That time, what you can do, you can express your milk and you can keep it in one bowl and you can feed the baby with a spoon palate. Spoon palate feeding, just have to take a spoon or palate and start feeding the child from the angle of the mouth. And any consequences, never feed the baby with a bottle milk. Always, if it is case of emergency, express the milk from the breast and give with a palate feed. This is about nipple confusion. Next. How to know that baby is getting enough milk? This is very important. You are feeding, you are lactating the child every 2 or once. Whether is it sufficient? Is it going sufficient? Whether it is like whether the satisfaction of hunger or thirst is happening, how do you check it? I think we have discussed this earlier also, just 4 minutes back. There are a few criteria to sufficient to. There are a few parameters where you can assess the sufficiency of the milk. One thing, once the baby, the complete feeding is done, the baby sleeps aram se without any crying or weaning for almost 2.5 to 3 hours after each feed. Second thing, after every 2 hours or after every each feed, baby start urinating. There will be, if you put on the weight gain pattern, there will be always inclining curve. Daily basis, there will be an inclining, the weight gain will be more. We can also check that every 40, at first 4 months of life, from birth to 4 months, 40 grams per day will increase. From 5th month to 8th month, 30 grams per day. From 9th month to 12th month of the child, it is almost 15 to 15 times per day. So this is the inclining graph of the weight gain pattern. So first thing, baby sleeps for almost 2.5 to 3.5 hours. Second thing, baby urinated. If you see the weight gain pattern, it is almost inclining curve always. Then baby is active, not drowsy or not. It is a complete active. It is playful. Then baby is healthy. These are the things where you can assess the child. Next. What is the usual stool frequency during the breastfeeding? How many times? Mothers come to us by saying my baby is passing 8 times, 10 times. They'll be very worried. So the frequency of the child stools will be around 4 to 6 golden yellow color stools. Normal frequency, it is 4 to 6 times a day. That is 24 hours. Golden yellow color. But sometimes the constipation, maybe if you give only the cow's milk, there might be constipation. The reason is, unfortunately, the cow's milk has casein curds will be there. Casein in the chemical composition, casein curds, which is bit higher side when compared to the breast milk. That means casein curds is the amount of casein curd is higher in cow's milk rather than the breast milk. The action of casein curds, unfortunately what does it do is it leads to a constipation. Higher the casein curds amount, that much is the constipation. So in case of constipation, the frequency might be decreased. Normally it is around 4 to 6 times golden yellow color. In case of a few times, what happens is baby might pass stools immediately after the feed. You start giving feeding. Once the baby is feeding done, or during the feeding itself, baby will pass stools. So that is called as exaggerated gastrocolic reflex. Exaggerated gastrocolic reflex. Because reflex, that is also physiological, it is not pathological. Only thing what you should do is, this is very common problem if you sit in the OPD. Mothers will come, they'll be very scared or very like in confusion. They'll say my baby is passing 8 times, 10 times after the feed. See the history. If it is immediately after the stools or immediately after the feeding or during the feeding, it is exaggerated gastrocolic reflex. No treatment is required. Just counsel the mother. There's no problem unless there is no weight loss. Weight gain pattern should be there even though baby is passing 8 to 10 times. The weight loss is there, then that should be worried. There is no, whatever the parameters we saw, all those things are met, but only the passing stool frequency is higher, 8 to 10 times. Then that is called as exaggerated gastropolic reflex. That only counseling of mother is sufficient. No need of any treatment. Next. Should a sick baby be given breastfeeding? This is a very common question. My baby is having fever, my baby is having cough. Should I give feeding, or what should I do? Maybe on some medications. What should we do? It's very common. Again, the common question if you sit in OPD. See, breastfeeding should be given to this, all the 6 children. No categorization. To all the 6 children, you give breastfeeding itself. In this, you can have it 2 scenarios. Sick child you take, there are 2 scenarios. Assume there are 2 children out there, both are sick. This first child is sick but able to suck. Second child is critically sick and he is not able to suck. Understand? Sick, you make some grading thing. The first child is having sickness but able to suck. Actively he can able to suck. Second child, he was critically sick but he could not able to suck. So in these 2 scenarios, how do you do? The first child, he was sick but able to suck. Directly you put on the child to the mother's breast, active feeding, no plan B. So even though the baby is sick but able to suck actively, put on the mother's breast and give feeding. Well, now there is second child, the second child where the baby is critically sick and the baby could not able to feed, or the baby could not able to suck. At that time, if the baby is not able to suck, what you will do? Usually you'll give top feed, but that is wrong. What you should do, express the milk from the breast. Mother has to express it, keep it in a sterile container or a bowl, then you give the palliative feeding. So there is no alternate feed like top feed, powder milk or cow's milk. No, the baby is sick but actively suck it, give that directly to the child. Give the breast directly to the child, he will suck. The baby is critically sick, he is not able to feed, he is not able to suck. That times you express the milk, give through palliative feeding. But at any cost, only breast milk should go inside the baby, nothing else. Only the breast milk. Sick baby, directly put on the breast. If it is able to suck, if it is not able to suck, critically sick, you give, express it and give through palliative feeding. But only breast. Next. Should breastfeeding be continued when the mother is ill? This is very common misconception or huge problem where mother thinks of, if I am ill, if I am having cold, if I am having cough, should I give feed to the child? I am having corona. Last 2-3 years we have seen. I got corona. Can I give feeding? See, you are all health workers and even the parents are there. Even though mother is ill, you give feeding the breast milk itself. I'll tell you the reason. What you do if the mother is ill, assume the mother is having, I'm having cold or cough or corona, whatever it is you take, I'm feeding. Baby will not get cold, cough or whatever infection from the breast milk. Underline, from the breast milk. The infection or pathogens, whatever is there, that does not transmit from the breast milk. But baby can get cold, cough or whatever the infection which is having mother, through the infection. Example, if you take corona, it was spread through the droplet infection, correct? That means baby might be talking to the child, baby might be singing to the child, baby might be, she'll touch the child. So that means infection is contagious. So because of the infection, whatever the mode of transmission, because of that, baby might get infection. For that, mother has to take care of maybe the mask thing, or frequently she should sterilize her hand, all those things. But from the directly through the breast milk, it does not transmit. Unfortunately, how we'll also call breast milk as amrita, correct? Stanyamrita, Piyushamrita, or we call it as BaalaJeevanam. What beautiful thing is the pathogens, whatever is there inside the mother, the organism causing microbes, that does not pass. Mother is ill, she's having some infection. In her body response defense mechanism, she is getting antibodies, correct? As a defense mechanism. Fortunately or luckily, that antibodies, whatever is there to fight in the mother's body, that antibodies will come out through the breast milk. And when you breastfeed the baby, those antibodies will go to the child. pathogens does not go. So baby will get, actually it is, baby will get antibodies when the mother is ill and she feeds this breast milk. We will get the antibody and baby's defense mechanism will become strengthened. But the baby does not get disease. This is the beautiful part. Mother is ill, baby defense mechanism will become stronger as the antibodies will come. Next. In case of very critically sick, at that times you maybe AIDS or cancer or those points, those things you can think of it. But in case of infections where the cold, cough, all those things, you can directly give the breastfeeding. And there are a few medications also where anti-thyroids, thyroid, anti-cancerous, anticoagulants, or any depressants. There may be some sedatives or something for depressing. Those things you need to think of whether the breast milk should be given or not. But during infection, when you think about the disease, no problem, you can keep it. Next, what are the medications to avoid? Again, just now we discussed, there are a few, if the mother is on any cancer therapy, or the mother is on thyroid therapy, or the mother is on anticoagulants, or the mother is having any antidepressant or sedatives, at that time, you can again think of whether to do or not. You can consult the doctor, what medications you are in, and you can take a call. But these are the few, but maximum, there is no problem. And if there are a few antibiotics also, where if the mother is on any antibiotic specifically, that might cause a loose stools to the child. But again, there is no problem. It is just a sign what you can find it, but there is no problem with that. Only thing you need to think is the mother is having anti-cancerous, anti-thyroid, or is very important thing. I have mothers will come. I have twins, two babies are there. Can I breastfeed both the babies? Is that sufficient? Only breastfeeding? It is a bit tricky question. The reason is answer is partially yes, partially no. Partially yes, only breastfeeding is sufficient. The answer may be when the scenarios may be mother's lactation is sufficient. Maybe she is having good nutritional needs, or baby is having sufficiently lactating, and you need to assess in the child, not about the mother. You need to assess the child regarding the satisfaction. How do you assess? We have those parameters. Again, the sleeping around 2.5 to 3.5 hours, the urination around 8 to 10 times, the active, the healthy, and all those things. A weight gain pattern, all those things we have discussed. So assess those in case of twin babies, both the babies. If it is met, those parameters are met, only breastfeeding is sufficient even though you are having twins. But these things are not met, that means the lactation is not sufficient. At that times, you may go for the alternate options, maybe in those formula feeds or something. But always, first preference should be the breast milk itself. And one more thing is, I will tell the next slide. It is coming. Next slide. Should cesarean born babies be given the formula feeds during the initial feeding days? It is very, again, the misconception or myth where mothers think, or the family person, the old persons are there who is nursing the mother. They'll think starting 2 to 3 days, I won't get the milk. I'll give the formula feed. I'll give the cow's milk, all those things. This is wrong. Again, partly yes, 80% wrong, but 20% it is yes. Reason I'll tell you. When you need to give, the mother is priming, cesarean section is there, you give feed, you're giving feed, but it is very insufficient lactation is there, hardly 2 to 3 drops you're getting. It is not satisfying. The mother is crying every half an hour once, the baby is waking up from the sleep every half an hour once, or the baby's weight gain pattern is not happening. All those scenarios you give along with the breast milk, along with other thing, you can give it. But unfortunately, whatever the milk secretes by the mother, even in the initial few days also, the colostrum, what we call the first few days, whatever the milk is given, colostrum, even though it is insufficient, maybe in the first one day or something. So even the 5 ml milk comes also, that is also sufficient. But it is having rich It is very rich in the chemical composition, so that is sufficient. Even a small quantity of milk is also sufficient. It's not like I'm getting very insufficient 2 to 3 ml of milk. Is that sufficient? Yes. Don't look after the quantity. It is the quality of the milk. It is very rich in sugar levels or something. So even though it is very less, 2 ml, 3 ml is also fine, unless you see those parameters. It should be, those parameters should be met. In that case, if it is not, then those cases can give other feeds starting on 2 days. But whatever the less quantity of volume of milk also it is secreting, it is rich in chemical composition, and it satisfies the needs of the child. Next. Breast and nipple be washed with soap and water before each feed. There are few people who are very concerned about the hygiene or very concerned about the cleanliness. They'll think they'll do after every feed, they'll wash the breast with soap or something. Nowadays, they're using sterilium or alcohol where we use for hand washing, all those things. It is completely wrong. We take bath daily once every day. That is sufficient. Only once while taking bath, you use soap or hot or warm water and wash the baby. That is sufficient with the soap. Other than that, just make sure you're maintaining the hygiene, but you're not making it dirty or something, because that might catch infection. Just have to wipe the breast or something. Use pads with supporting pads. Sometimes what happens, maybe while the feeding, the milk can drip on the mother's cloth or something. So those times you need to just make precautions, and the cloths are also not becoming dirty. You can make use of pads or something. So it does not give rise to some infections. Otherwise, every time after each feed, going to the bathroom and washing the breast with soap or hot water, all those things not advisable, because it might cause drying of the breast. It will give rise to crackness of the nipple, which will again become very painful to the mother itself. So if it is very washed every time, no, only once is sufficient while taking bath, but make sure you are maintaining the hygiene, cleanliness. There should not be any chance of scope for infection. Should a baby be fed every 2 hours by clock? This is most those who are, if you are going to some other doctors who are not pediatricians, or in maybe some rural places, those people will advise you every 2 hours to give feeding. Every 2 hours, the baby is sleeping, just wake up the baby, give feeding. That is wrong. I think we have discussed this earlier. You are aware of now. It is no alarming thing. Always a demand feeding. Don't wake up the child every 2 hours. Always it is called as demand feeding. Demand feeding when once the baby wakes up, baby usually sleeps every 2.5 to after each feed, baby sleeps for 2.5 to 3.5 hours. So once the baby wakes up by demand feeding, baby sleeps 2.5 to 3.5 hours. Once the baby wakes up by himself, then you give feeding. Otherwise, no alarming thing. There are few instances where the baby might wake up every half an hour once, 45 minutes one baby might start crying. Usually, these things won't happen if the baby is having feeding satisfaction, all those things. But if still the baby is crying more, the baby is if the baby is after every half an hour, the baby is waking up from the sleep, crying more, weaning so much, at that times, evaluate the cause. The baby might be crying. I think the question is also there. Why does the baby cry so much? We'll see that. But if the baby is crying more every half an hourly once after sufficient amount of lactation, rule out the cause why the baby is crying or why baby is weeping. At that time, rule out the cause and treat the cause instead of simply every time when the baby wakes up after every half an hour, instead of putting the baby on the breast, evaluate the cause and act accordingly until the baby is having sufficient lactation. The reasons we'll see in the further slides, why the baby cries so much. Next. Can a mother with small breast produce enough milk to feed her baby? Can a mother with a small breast produce enough milk to feed her baby? This is one among the very misconception. Again, mothers think or family persons think my breast is very small, size is very small, or very kind of. So again, the answer is no. The sufficiency of the lactation does not depend on the size or shape of the breast. I'll repeat once again, all of you listen. The sufficiency of lactation does not depend on the size or shape of the breast. It depends on the glandular tissue or the lactiferous tubules, whatever is there inside in our body. It is usually our gods have designed us by taking very take care of. If every human, usually it is sufficient in nature. There are a few like cases where it becomes genetics, where the through the genetics itself, the lactation will be insufficient. Other than those, usually it is sufficient, even though it does not depend on the size or shape of the milk. It does not depend on the size or shape of the breast. It depends on the glandular tissue or lactiferous tubules, which is abundant in every woman. The size or small breast, the shape of the breast, all those things does not depend or does not influence the sufficiency of the lactation. Next. Why breast? Next. Why breastfeed babies rather look lean, unlike formula-fed babies who are actually chubby? This is very practical question. Why the breast milk fed babies are usually small, or the chubby babies are, usually the formula-fed babies are very chubby in nature. This is true to one extent. Reason we have read that before itself, half an hour back while during the inaugural session. Every baby's lact feed or the food is baby specific, it is not species specific. I've taken the example also. We have two babies, or the one baby is preterm baby, 30-weeker baby, the other baby is 40-weeker full-term baby. The feeding given by the mother's milk, the mother who is lactating or giving having secretions, who is feeding the child of 30-weeker baby, her quality is different, and who is having the 40-weeker baby, her quality is different. That means whatever the nutritional needs are there to the child, that much quality will be supplied by the mother's milk itself. There is no extra, there is no shortage. That means it is baby specific. Whatever the baby needs are there, that will be fulfilled by the mother's milk itself. Contrary to the formula feeds or the other alternate feeding option, that is designed by doing survey in among almost crore together samples. They have designed same sample for all the child. So it is not like baby specific. It is almost common. Whatever the nutritional needs are met by doing a survey among all the children. So it is not baby specific. So babies might end up in becoming chubby or something, because whatever the need is there, maybe the formula feed is supplying extra amount of more than the requirements. So the baby might end up in chubby. But the thing is, very interestingly, those who are fed formula fed babies or who are chubby, in the future life, they might high risk of becoming an obese persons or diabetes persons, all those things. So even though looks chubby, don't worry. If the exclusively breastfed babies look lean, don't worry. It is sufficient for the baby. Don't compare your child with a chubby child. Whatever you are lactating the child, that is sufficient when the other baby looks chubby. Your whatever the nutritional requirements are there, the mother is she is meeting the expectation of the child, and the baby is healthy. That is sufficient. Don't look, my baby is chubby, my baby is lean. It doesn't matter. Next. Can mother successfully breastfeed a second baby if she was unable to breastfeed her first baby? There are a few scenarios where her first baby, during her first baby lactation, the lactation is not there. It may be insufficient. So she might have given the artificial feeds, or the cow's milk or any top feeding. And during the second feed, does the same thing happens? Answer might be no. The reason is it always depends on the encouragement. It depends on the passion, how happy the mother is, how how the support from the family or from the companies. physical support, psychological. Always she should be in a happy environment. She should not feel stressed and all, because those have mentioned the two hormones are there. One is responsible for the progesterone, estrogen. One is responsible for the production. One is responsible for the ejaculation. So that is usually it is psychological, which is ejaculation. That is why even our acharyas have said darshana, sparshana, shabdagrahana, preeti, sneha, all those things. Even in the modern literature also we'll see that the touch of the baby, the sound of the baby, the voice of the baby, the like the cry of the baby, all those things depend on the lactation. So it is not necessary that first baby I couldn't lactate, it was insufficiency, and even in the second baby the same thing happens. No, you provide support from your family side, from the working side, all those things. And if everything is given, if the nutritional requirement should be proper, it should be met. In those scenarios, she can lactate even if she has failed in her first pregnancy or during the first lactation period. She has failed during the second term, she can feed it. The next. Is excessive crying a useful marker for inadequate lactation? No. Usually I've said you, babies sleep for almost 2.5 to 3.5 hours after each feed, provided the lactation is sufficient. Sometimes baby, we were discussing the scenarios. Baby might wake up or get up from the sleep after some half an hour itself. The baby might get up from the sleep after 45 minutes itself. That time, scenario says we need to look out the what is the causative factor for the child, why it is crying so much. Baby might cry if the wet diapers are there, baby pass urine or stools. Maybe mother might have overlooked it. She might not have identified that diaper is wet. At that time, the baby might cry. The baby might cry for the food as a common scenario. The baby might cry for the colic. Maybe if a lot of vayu is there inside, the vata is there, or wind is there inside the stomach, colic is there, colic pain is there. Because of pain also, baby might cry. Then the exposure of or over clothing or less clothing, cold stress is there, or over clothing is there, discomfort is there, the baby might cry. Also, if there is napkin rashes are there. Usually in the cities, tier 1 or tier 2 cities, they put the not necessary. A few parents where they'll put napkins or the diapers. Because of those diapers, then my baby might end up in napkin rashes. Because of the napkin rashes, because of the pain, burning sensation, the baby might cry. And also remember, the baby might cry even for the boredom also. The baby is not getting sufficient attention from the family person, from the mothers or accompanies family person. Baby is having boredom, baby might cry for the boredom also. Remember that. So if it is the baby is crying after sufficient lactation, rule out the cause. Excessive crying is not always to be an indicator for the hungriness. It is usually there will be some underlying cause will be there. Rule out the cause. Take your child to the doctor or pediatrician or neonatologist. Get the child tested there. Next. Next. Is breastfeeding likely to make the breast more saggy and unattractive? This is one among the most anticipated question to the mothers. If I breastfeed my child, does my breast become saggy? Does my figure will become hampered, or does it look? Do I look unattractive? The answer is no. It does not depend on the feeding pattern, or it does not depend on the whether you are feeding the child or not. So this thing starts from the pregnancy itself. In the pregnancy itself, it starts. The mother starts. I mean, the physiology will start formation of the lactation. So because from the pregnancy itself, it might look heavy, and even there are few factors like the mother is having more weight, the mother is chubby or obesity. Because of that weight, because of the gravity tension, it might saggy, or maybe advanced age around after 30, 35, advanced age might cause the breast saggy. So this is like this. It is not always the breastfeeding is like with the associated with the sagginess or figure. No, it is wrong conception. You can easily, you can breastfeed the baby without anything thing like my breast will become saggy or I look unattractive, all those things. So instead, what you can do is, there is a pectoralis muscle. So what you can do is, you keep on doing massage, upward massage daily after each feed. That might help you to to look, to make your breast keep in place. do the massaging on the breast after each feed. The pectoralis muscle is there. You strengthen the muscle with some massage techniques that might help you, but breastfeeding does not make your breast saggy or does not make you look unattractive. Should mother avoid breastfeeding her second baby when it causes jaundice in her first baby? It is again a tricky question. In that case, you need to consult the neonatologist nearby, because there are few factors where it is responsible for jaundice. It is called as breast milk jaundice. Breast milk jaundice means baby might end up by the 15th day also jaundice, the physiological jaundice, which was developed by the first 4th or 5th day. That might be a long prolonged till even the 15th day or 20th day, which is not very severe, but jaundice that is called as breast milk jaundice. So in case of any baby having breast milk jaundice, usually what they'll do, they'll stop the feeding for 2 to 3 days. They'll advise, few doctors also will advise, and the baby, they'll stop the breastfeeding, and after some 2-3 days, they'll give the breastfeeding. It is not always key. The first baby got breast milk jaundice. The second baby is also might get breast milk jaundice. No, you can keep. If it, in case the baby develop the breast milk jaundice, please reach out to the nearby doctor who is having practice of neonatology. Unless if the baby is not having breast milk jaundice, till the development of breast milk jaundice, you can feed the baby without any tension. Next. Should breastfeeding be stopped when the mother becomes pregnant? This is a bit general question. Parents plan is always plan for family planning on almost up till becomes 2.5 to 3 years. The mother is, the first baby is elder. Don't go for the planning of the second child, and that too at the time of lactation itself. The reason is the mother is lactating the first child, correct? Whatever the nutrition needs are going to the child, it should be come from the mother itself, correct? So mother is having already extra burden of extra requirement of the nutrient requirements to feed the baby. Also, at the same time, if she become pregnant during the time of lactation itself, she could not manage the nutritional needs. She needs nutrition for her own body. She needs nutrition to meet the expectation of the lactating child. Also, she needs nutrition to facilitate the growth of the fetus, which is there inside her womb. So that might become an imbalance. So at that time, what happens? Either this baby might become lean. Even our Acharya Kashyapa also explained the Kshiraja Fakka in Chikitsa Sana under the chapter of Fakka Chikitsa. Kshiraja Fakka he has told. Even the other Acharyas also have said Vagbata, all those person. The same explanation. At the time of lactation, don't go for the pregnancy. The fetus might end up in IUGR or something, or the baby might end up in lactation. The nutrition might not be met. So plan accordingly until minimum the child becomes 2 to 3 years. Don't plan for the another pregnancy. After at least minimum of 2 years after the first born child, we can plan for the second pregnancy. Next. Should breastfeeding be stopped when baby has cut his teeth? That means should be stopped if the teeth eruption is there? The answer is no again. You can continue the breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding till 6 months, and you can continue the breastfeeding till 2 years of life. And usually the teeth eruption starts by around 7 to 8 months of life. Usually babies knows the importance of breast. They are very intelligent fellows. Babies, you don't think like babies are not interested. They don't understand. Babies know the value of the breast also. So they don't usually bite. But there are few who are very ferocious, who are angry fellows. Those might, it likes a prank. Those babies who are very ferocious, those few kids, they might start biting your nipple. But what you do is you just deviate the concentration of the child. You just do like the sucking reflex, or just below the behind the ears, all those things. Just deviate the concentration. But even though teeth has come, you can continue the feeding till 2 years of life. Usually babies does not bite nipple or something because they know the importance of it. But still, you can continue that. If in that case, very 1% or 2%, just the concentration you need to take off from the biting thing. Continue the feeding. Next question. Should breastfeeding be stopped when? Sorry, it has been done. Next slide. Should a nursing mother avoid exercise because it may sour the milk due to elevation of lactic acid? The answer is no. She can do exercise, no problem if she's doing exercises. And now recently I've seen Alia Bhatt also. She has delivered a baby. Now her movie has also come. We have seen her how many exercises she was doing along with the breastfeeding. So along with exercises, you can keep on doing breastfeeding also. Along with that, you can do aerobics, you can do yoga, all those things. It is advisable. There is no issue with the lactic acid, all those things. You can do exercise simultaneously, parallelly. You can also give feeding also. Next. How can a working mother breastfeed her baby? The main theme of this year's World Breastfeeding Week, how a working woman should breastfeed her baby. As I mentioned, there are a lot many factors, it's not one or two. There are responsibilities from the employee side, employer side. There are responsibilities from the family side. There are responsibilities from the herself. There are a lot of responsibilities. Those who are employers who are hiring the work people, they should provide an infrastructure where separate one room should be there where she can lactate the child or they can nurse the child. The employer should give some half an hour gap after every 2 or 3 hours of work so that she can feed the child. There should be a place where she can nurse the child. There should be a place where the baby might sleep aram say without any disturbance for around 2.5 hours. That also infrastructure should be there, maybe the bassinet or something, resting area for the child. There should not be a lot of stress from the employer side, from the working side. A lot of stress might impact the health of the child also, and also the child, the health of the mother also. So these things should be taken care of from the employer side. The responsibilities from the family side, they should support her physically. There should not be any more workload on her. They should encourage her. They should make her, keep her happy. Psychological support should be there. Along with that, there should be nutritional needs should be met from the home side because she's lactating. The baby's nutrition is dependent on the mother's milk itself. So extra amount of nutrition should be provided to the mother. Along with that, few things are there. All these things you need to taken care of. So otherwise, if it is not taken care of, it will impact badly to the child, to the health of the child, and also to the health of the mother also. So even though your working is there, and there are few scenarios where the infrastructures are not there, at that time, what you can do is before going to the work, you feed the baby. In home itself, you breastfeed the baby. After coming from work, after reaching home, again you breastfeed the baby. In meantime, what you can do, you express the milk in some sterile container or something. Express the milk and keep it in a sterile, container. Normally, without any aseptic precautions, in a room temperature. I underline without any aseptic precautions, without any sterilization, in a room temperature, in a household environment, we can keep up to 6 to 8 hours. You can express the milk and you can keep the in room temperature, which is quality has been restored for the feeding of the child up to 6 to 8 hours. Inside, if you keep in the refrigerator, you can store up to 24 hours in the refrigerator. In the household environment, I'm not talking about sterility, I'm not talking about the breast milk, banking, all those things. From a mother, without any aseptic precautions, in a room temperature, around 6 to 8 hours of time, you can store the milk. And with refrigerator, you can store up to 24 hours. So before going to work, feed the child once. After coming from work in home, feed the child once. In the meantime, during work, whatever the expressed milk is there, those things you can feed the child with a spoon and palate. Don't never go for the bottle feeding, always with a palate. Bottle milk is strictly contraindicated or not advisable, always with a spoon and palate. So this is how you can, even though work, if you're working, it's so much of working is that can do. Even our government has given the 6 months of paid leave to the mother. So she can use that to utilize that instead of taking to the pregnancy. After delivery, she can utilize most, maybe for 5.5 months, you can utilize those things. And even you can request the organizations to extend her leave, that if that is possible, if the work-friendly stations are there. These are the few precautions or measures you can take even though if the mother is working. Yes, thank you. If there are any questions, you can text us and we're happy to. A few questions. We have got 2 questions. There is a myth about the breastfeeding that the baby should not be fed immediately after birth I mean to say the colostrum must not be fed to the infant. Please highlight on how to make the public aware of its good effects and undo this myth. It is very need of an hour. The colostrum is very rich in nutrient contents or chemical composition. It should not be discarded. Even as adults, we drink the colostrum of cows also. But why there is a discrimination? That should not be done. In the starting 1 or 2 days, whatever the colostrum milk is there, that should be fed. So awareness, we need to educate that, because this thing we can start from the time of obstetric itself, because there will be almost 8 to 9 months of ANC care is there. She does not come to an directly without any ANC. Usually we'll have an registered cases. So those times what we can do from the obstetric who is saying, we can collaborate with pediatrician also, or the ANC. We can have in regular sessions, maybe 1 month once or 2 months once of pediatrician. We can have a counseling from a pediatric point of view to the mother. So from the ANC itself, we can educate what on all the things, maybe the massage of the breast milk, or the how she should correct postures of the milk, the proper lactation techniques, the positions of the lactations, or the misconception where the colostrum should not be kept. All those things can be conveyed to the mother during the time of ANC itself, instead of after explaining them to the after the delivery. So from the ANC itself, if we can do that, we can make it successful. The next question: methodological way to stop the breastfeeding soon at the age of 3 years, still urges for the breastfeed. How to stop? I couldn't understand this. Methodological way to stop the breastfeeding son at the age of 3 years, still urges for the breastfeed. Okay. I understood this as maybe your son or the child is 3 years, still he demands for the breast milk. Maybe you have tried few techniques, but still he might be asking the same breast milk. Thing is, for this, you regularly at once itself you cannot stop. What you can do is the amount or the time limit, whatever you are doing, gradually you can reduce that, and you can start giving the other food articles. What thing you can do is, instead of breast milk, you can start expressing the milk, and you can start breastfeeding, I mean the palate feeding, so that you can make the baby who is habituated to the breast, that can be relieved. So immediately you can't do it. So instead of maybe example, you're feeding child with the breast milk almost 6 to 8 times a day, what you can do is reduce to the 4 times. Other 2 times you express the milk and give through palate feeding. Other things you give fulfill the needs of the baby through the weaning food articles, whatever the feed things you are giving. So by gradually you can reduce this completely. Then you can come for the cow's milk or something. So frequency from around 6 to 8 times per day, you bring it to 6, 4, 3, 2, like that, gradually decrease. You keep on doing the palate feeding, or the whatever the after 2.5 years you can give the tumbler itself. So those gradually you can reduce that, and you can bring back the child to the regular practice. Along with this, any questions are there? I'll if you have received the questions in our WhatsApp group, I'll reply you. So now we thank you for the opportunity. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abhishek, sir. It was really a need of hour to address these FAQs of breastfeeding, and I really extend my warm thanks to you. Now it's a time to listen to the session 2. As a resource person for this session 2, we have with us Dr. Aziz Arbar, sir, Professor, Department of Kaumarabhritya, Kahers, Shri B.M. Kankanawadi, Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, Belagavi. Sir will guide us through the demonstration of Stanya Pariksha. Before to this, now may I request Dr. Pallavi Hegde ma'am, Professor, Department of PG Studies in Shalyatantra, to welcome and introduce sir to the audience. Please, ma'am.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Pallavi Hegde, Professor, Department of PG Studies in Shalya Tantra, BVVS Ayurved Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot, feel privileged to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Aziz Arbar Sir, Professor and Head Department of Kaumarabhritya from KLE's Shri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, Belgavi. To brief regarding Sir's qualification, Sir has completed his undergraduation from Government Ayurved College, Bengaluru in the year 2001 and MD Kaumarabhritya from SDM College of Ayurveda, Hassan in the year 2005. Additional qualifications of Sirs are Diploma in Life Coaching from Academy of Modern Applied Psychology from Scotland and Certificate in Counseling Children and Adolescents from International Association of Therapists. Coming to Sir's contribution in various fields, Sir is member of panel of experts in National Council of Indian Medicine, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, New Delhi, in designing modules for human resource development in Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and other systems. Sir is also member of panel of experts in Kaumarabhritya of Rashtriya Ayurved Vidyapith, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, New Delhi. Sir is an assessor of NABH, New Delhi, General Secretary, Human Rights, Belgaum Branch, Human Rights Preservation Organization, Karnataka State. Sir is also a member of Developing Educational Material for Students of School and Higher Education, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Sir is been appointed as convener for designing PG transitional curriculum by NCISM, Government of India, New Delhi. Sir is also assessor for Ayurveda Trainers Associates Board, Rashtriya Ayurved Vidyapith, New Delhi. Coming to Sir's clinical vast experience, Sir is treating various pediatric cases since 16 years, along with academic experience of 16 years teaching undergraduate and postgraduates, along with their research teachers. Sir is interested in various works like pediatric respiratory medicine, pediatric immunity and immune disorders, developmental disabilities, Ayurvedic newborn care. Sir holds the credit of publishing various papers at 31 national and international journals. Sir has conducted 33 research works, among which some are ongoing, focusing mainly on newborn care, malnutrition, anemia, mental retardation, cerebral palsy, and many more. Sir has presented nearly 32 research papers in national and international conferences, among which Sir has bagged 2 Best Paper Awards at international conference. Some of the other compliments are Ashwini Award in the year 2010, presented by Sri Dharmasthal Manjunatheshwara Ayurveda College, Hassan. Best Consultant Award in the year 2019 by KLE Ayurveda Hospital, Belgavi. Best Teacher Award in the year 2019 by KAHES, Belgavi. Sir is also reviewed for various renowned journals. Some of them are Annals of Ayurveda Medicine, which belongs to Association of Ayurvedic Physicians, India, New Delhi. Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine, BHU. Journal of Ayurveda, NIA, Jaipur. PDEAS, International Journal of Research in Ayurveda and Allied Sciences, Pune. Sir is also conducting various programs, nearly 72, in concern with business organization as personality and life coach, among which more than 3,000 participants have taken the benefit. Some of the distinct contributions of Sir are, Sir has played a key role in establishing Swarna Prashana for the first time in the country at KLE Ayurveda Hospital, Belgavi, since 2007, October. Sir has established newborn care unit, Ayurveda Child Development Clinic, Pediatric Respiratory Clinic, Ayurveda Skincare Clinic in consecutive years. Established Samvardhana Unit for physically and mentally challenged children, along with multidisciplinary approach, which is running successfully since 2007. Sir has also guided more than 17 PG scholars in their MD thesis work. Sir is involved in various works. One of them is newborn resuscitation, which Sir is conducting yearly at various institutes, and more than 1,200 scholars have taken the benefit of this. Sir is resource person for more than 36 educational programs, national as well as international. Sir has established for the first time a website named jeevakanaturals.com, which is running successfully and which basically focuses on the awareness of Kaumarabhritya in public. Some of the current positions sir holds are consulting Ayurvedic pediatrician and neonatologist, HOD, Department of Kaumarabhritya at Kaili Ayurved College, Belgavi, Chairman, Board of Studies, Kaili Academic of Higher Education and Research, Belgavi, Director Spa Operations at Belgavi, Vice President and Trustee for Nizamia Educational Trust, Belgavi, Medical Director and Secretary for Jivaka Naturals Foundation for Child Health at Kagwa. With this brief introduction, I once again welcome sir for this seminar and enlighten us with your knowledge. Please, sir.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible to all of you? Can somebody respond?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Dr. Pallavi, for that elaborate biodata reading. Can you allow me to present my screen, please?
Yes, sir, your host.
Okay. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. I am Dr. Aziz and I'm representing, rather bringing greetings to you all from Kahir, Kaili Society, and the institute where I am working, Shri BM Ayurved Mahavidyalaya Hospital in Belgavi. First of all, hearty congratulations to the entire team behind BaalaJeevanam. It is not easy to organize, conduct, and execute the seminars like this. You know, it takes a lot of discipline and takes a lot of hard work. And I'm very happy that Department of Kaumarabhritya, led by Dr. Abhishek, has taken this charge of reaching so many people across the nation. And really, I would like to congratulate Dr. Abhishek for what I mean. I was just seeing the way he's organizing, the way he's communicating, the way he's putting all the stones together. I'm sure he has put up all his energy along with the team that is involved with him, supporting him. And that talks a lot about his leadership. Hearty congratulations to you, Dr. Abhishek, to the Department of Kaumarabhritya, and to the entire unit of BVVS Ayurveda Medical College, because no conferences or seminars are done single-handedly. I'm sure everyone in the campus is supportive in organizing, especially the principal of the institute, because I met him personally, and the kind of enthusiasm he has is really unmatched. So hearty congratulations once again to the entire team of BaalaJeevanam. I have been given the responsibility today of giving orientation on demonstration, and I just added this line on how can we practically do Stanya Pariksha, and that's what we'll be talking for next 45 minutes to 1 hour. There are a few disclaimers before you start. You know, we are using the technology, and the technology can stop supporting us at any moment. And during the talk, if at all, if we disconnect, and if at all, if I'm not audible, if there is some disturbance, and if we are not able to get connect, I request everybody to stay in the place. You know, we get back to you very soon. And from the organizer side, if at all, if I am not audible, not clear, please give me a call on my personal number, just in case if things are not in place. And whatever I'm presenting today, you know, before I start, there has been a lot of hard work done, a lot of planning done. And there are two people whom I would definitely like to credit this entire presentation to. Number one is Dr. B. Srinivas Prasad sir, who was there into this particular study when we were doing on how practically we can do this. And Dr. Pradharani Chandramshi, who was a former postgraduate of our institution, who took up Stanya Pariksha into her thesis. So I would like to give the credit of this work before I start doing my presentation. You know, there are a few objectives of this session. Number one is we shall try to see if we can do a practical test design, to diagnose the Stanya Pariksha, whether we can do, we can diagnose which is Shuddha, which is Ashuddha, based on the lab parameters or whatever the test that you can do. Number two is we shall try to interpret the findings that we do by doing the various tests to categorize Stanya into different Stanya Dushti. And the last one is whether we can do a treatment protocol accordingly to frame treatment protocol to various Stanya Dushtis that were diagnosed. That is the entire objective of today's session. Before we go ahead, I hope I am audible and visible. Is it all going fine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
wonderful, wonderful. Yeah. Before we go ahead, we shall take a small survey. All the participants who are there, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you think that the concept of Stanya Pariksha and the various Stanya Rogas that are mentioned in classics, are they clinically and practically true? What do you think about it? What you can do is you can just open your QR code scanner and take a scan. Even if you're watching the stream, seeing the session on Facebook, you can still participate. Or you can do is just go to your Google toolbar, type slido.com, then it will ask you a number and just type this number 2714012 and just participate in this survey. And there is somebody already started responding. I'm sure you got this. I would like to have more participation. What do you think? Do you think the concept of Stanya Pariksha or Stanya Roga is clinically true and practical? What it is according to you? Because I'm sure during your undergraduation and those who are doing Kaumarabhritya post-graduation in your PG studies, I'm sure you've heard a lot about Stanya, and we have been hearing about this in rather both Prasuti as well as Kaumara and other contexts. We do read about this. What do you think, according to you, is the concept of Stanya Pariksha clinically true and practical? If it is yes, you can just click on yes and submit. If it is no, you can click on no and submit. There are 12 people who answered already. So most of you have answered yes. Nobody believes that it's no. Okay. We have some people who say no. Wonderful. I don't mind waiting for another few seconds because I see that there are about 41 people. I'm sure there are more than 40 people who are listening to this conference. You can always just take a chance. Wonderful, wonderful, amazing. I'm very happy that most of you believe that it is practical and true. And then there are some people, there are about 4% of people who think it is really not practical. That's fine. With this, the thoughts in mind or questions in mind, we shall just try to see. And that's fine. I understand that most of you believe that it is yes, and some of you believe that it's no. But let's try to really see, go ahead and try to answer whether this is really true or not. All right. Now, as we know, right, we celebrate World Breastfeeding Week. And when we look into what Ayurveda can contribute basically to the whole world, is something that is a question. When the whole world is celebrating something as World Breastfeeding Week, what from Ayurveda end that we can see? Why we believe and feel that Ayurveda is rather most pious science is especially when we study the concept of Stanya, when we study the concept of Stanya Dushti, Stanya Rogas, we understand that nobody else, there are so many different medical sciences across the world. but the kind of visualization, the kind of the approach that Ayurveda has, probably no one else has. So now it's time to bring out these concepts from books to the practical approach. And with this concept in mind, we thought that on this particular day, we'll sensitize our own community as to what better can be done with breast milk and breastfeeding in terms of celebration. When the world is celebrating, how can we understand the importance of the Stanya Pariksha on this particular day, right? And we know that there are, I'm not going to, of course, read every line that is there in the shloka, because I'm going to take it for granted, assuming that you all know the basics. I'm not going to touch more about it, but just to sensitize you, from where we're going to start. We know that there are a lot of basic foundation that is placed across in different contexts, where we have very importantly, where we talk about the Shuddha Stanya. There are few important characteristics laid in Sushruta Sharira 10th chapter. Then we also have Sushruta talking about this in Sushruta in the 10th chapter, further shlokas. We also have Ashtanga Sangara, Ashtanga Hridaya who talk about it. We also have the concept being discussed by Charaka. We have these concepts being discussed by the Kashyapa Samhita. But what is important is when you look into or study the whole concept, what we get to know is there are 7 different characteristics that have been mentioned under the category of Shuddha Stanya. We call them as Shuddha Stanya Gunas. Number 1 is Shankava Bhasata, right? It should appear like Shankha. And then second one is Kshiram Eki Bhavati Avasadita. We call it as when you drop milk into the water, it should become one with water. It should get completely mixed. Then third one is Afenila, the amount of frothing that is there. Then of course the Madhurata, they have said that Shuddha Stanya is Madhura. Shuddha Stanya is said to be Atantumata. It is said to be Shita and it is said to be Tanu. So when you extract the whole concept of Shuddha Stanya, we get to know that there are 7 different main characteristics that are associated with Shuddha Stanya. Now the important thing is, how do you think that these test components can be taken up to test it? For example, let us see Shankava Bhasa. Now this is something that is going to talk about color. So what we can do is we can look for a few color parameters, we can decide and then compare as to which is a Shuddha Stanya and which is not one. And then of course, we have the Avasadita Guna of the Stanya, and that can be done by an immersion test, very simple way. And then we have a Afenil. Now we have to see how much froth is being done. So we can do a frothing test. Then of course, we know that Madhurata is basically seen by taste. That is how we basically look into it as to how the Madhurata can be seen. And then Antantumata is nothing but, where they are talking about consistency. And Shita is considered to be the temperature. So these 6 components can be very easily taken up, and that they can be, the components that can be tested is either you can go for a color test, you can see how, look at the immersion, see how frothing happens, see how the taste is, how consistency is, and what is the temperature of breast milk. So how can we basically take this particular concept on table? How can we decide as to what test can be done? Very simple way. Shankava Bhasam is a color thing, so you can decide based on a color chart. Then we know that Avasadita, we can just do a dispersion in water test. Afenila, we can do a bubbling technique. And then we know that Madhurata is sweet, but when we allow everybody to taste, each one of them would have his own subjective feeling as to how sweet it is. So it's very difficult to predict and give assigned value to the Madhurata. So we can do a sugar estimation test. Atantumata, very simple, it's such an easy thing. We can go for viscosity thing. And the last one is Shita. We can look for the surface temperature. And then there are a few additional parameters that can be tested here. Number 1 is pH value. We can see the pH of the sugar, the kshira, and then decide. And the last one is weight by volume. What we shall do in this particular session is we shall try to take up all these 8 points and then try to see what better way they can be tested across. we'll be sharing our own expression. Now we know that for testing the breast milk, we need milk from the mother's breast. And as we all know, that breast milk expression in itself is a scientific way. You know, we just can't what you call squeeze the breast and get the milk out. You know, that cannot be done. When you just go to Google search, you know, whatever chart I'm showing you is something that is approved by AIMS and approved by Government of India and approved by NNF, you know, National Neonatology Forum. These are the 6 different steps that are used to express breast milk, right? So that has to be methodically done. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this particular slide. You can always Google search out and try to find out how milk expression is done. So what we need is preferably a mature milk. As you all know, that milk comes in different phases. And what we get after 2nd week is something which is a mature milk. And then we discard a few initial drops, you know, we don't take them into consideration. And then we collect about 10 ml of the breast milk in a very clean container. And what we do is we use this milk for performing various tests. And this is what is the SOP that we used in designing the various tests for the breast milk analysis. Let's look one by one. Now, the first one is what we said was the color test, where Varna is explained. And under Varna, as we all know, it has been said to be Shankha Bhasa. So Shankha here is the conch shell, and the color of conch shell is very typical. Now, when you look into, you know, it's very, I mean, what do you call? We can't really categorize them into something that is a milky white or something that is dirty white. You know, that color of a conch shell is very specific, right? And then very cleanly or clear-cut explanation that Yanistanya, which is Shankha Bhasa, is considered to be what you call the Shuddhastanya. But then there can be few variations that can happen. See, for example, when you look into the Pittajastanya Dushti, it has been told that it becomes more yellowish. When you look into the Vatajastanya Dushti, we know that it has been told to be more grayish, you know, in color. So what we can do is what we did in our study is that we designed a chart, you know, we color test where we graded them based on various color intensity parameters, where the Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4, Y5, Y5 is the most yellow one. And similarly, gray 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where gray 5 is the most gray one. And then the conch shell, the 0 and M1, M2 are considered to be the normal variants of it. Then what we do here is, now with this test, right, color chart, we take a test tube, or we can take a simple slide. That's also fine. The best way is that we take a slide, right? We take a slide and then we drop a few drops of milk on this, on this slide, and then run this slide all across the various color charts. So what we find here is that when we look into this, we compare this color of the milk across the various, color parameters. So we understand that Y1, Y2, G1, G2, M1, M2, all of them fall under normal range. Now they will be considered as Sanya, something which is Shuddha. Now what I'll do is I'll just show you a few examples here. You can see here we had taken a Pittajastanya Dushti, and in the slide you can see that it is matching with Y3. And I'll show you one demonstration. And throughout my presentation, I'll be shifting from my slideshow to the sharing of the videos. So just keep coping up, and I'll show you the demonstration of this one first.
Now coming to color test.
Can you please tell me whether the video is being seen and the audio is also audible?
We will take one slide and a color chart.
Is it audible and visible, the video?
Sir, it's visible, sir. Visible and audible.
Okay, fine.
So-
So now I'll just show you what was done in this. Yeah. So we'll start this video.
Sir, shoulder,
So sorry.
sir, you should minimize the folders.
Okay, the folder is being seen there. All right. Now is it visible?
Now coming to
Is it a clear visibility?
Not it, sir.
It is not yet being seen. Just a minute. I'll reshare this. Please check now.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
is it fine?
Yes, sir. It's fine, sir.
All right. Now I'm playing the video. Just have a look at this.
now coming to color test. We will take one slide and a color chart having with gradings. We will put 2 to 3 drops over this slide. Then by moving over this color chart, we will match the color of the milk here. Then by moving, we are getting this is like Y1. This color is like Y1. So on here, this is a normal color of milk.
Okay. All right. So I hope now what you was that clear, Dr. Chaitra?
Yes, sir. It was clear, sir.
Okay, wonderful. So now this is how we do the testing. Is my slide being seen again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So now we saw how we do Varna test, or we saw. So the interpretation of the result is when we do a color chart and when the color matches with Y1, Y2, G1, G2, or Conction or M1, M2, all of them in our study, we found that they were matching with the normal Stanya Gunas. Like, so that was considered with Stanya, Shuddha Stanya. So let's look into the second test, that is the pH test. Now, what are the equipments needed? Very simple. We just need a litmus paper. We don't need anything much about this. And then the objective is here to measure the pH of Stanya. What we need is a pH paper and a dropper. Now, the procedure is very simple. We take the dropper, apply a little amount of milk over pH paper, observe for the color change. I'm sure all of us have done this test when we were doing our science studies during our school and college days, right? So pH paper is taken onto which milk is applied. We wait for 30 seconds for the color change. Then we compare this with the color reading that are there over the pH paper. And 7 is considered to be a normal reading. And 6 indicates pitta dosha here, and 8 indicates upta dosha. So acidic form, So whatever is less than 6, is more acidic. So that will tell you pitta. And the which is more alkaline, above 7, and that will give us a clue that it is vata dosha stanya. So what we found in our study was, we did this study sample on about 50 samples that we processed. And then minimum pH that we found was 6.2 and maximum that we found was 7.3. So anything that was falling in between this, is considered to be a normal stanya. It is considered to be Shuddha stanya. So what I'll do now is I'll just show you a demonstration first on how we assess pH value, and then we'll come back again.
Coming to pH. Coming to pH of
Is it being seen,
the milk, we will take
Dr. Chaitra?
Yes, sir.
one leaf from the pH paper. Then we will apply milk over here with the help of dropper. Then we will wait for the 30 seconds. Then after 30 seconds, we will match the results with the color paper. It is nearly 8. We are finding the results. It is nearly 8, so pH is 8.
All right. So this is how we do the testing of the pH, and the pH values will tell us whether it is normal sthanya when it is around 7. Less than 6 will tell us that it is pittaja because it is more acidic, and above 7 will tell it more of vataja because it is more of alkaline test. So we'll proceed with the screen presentation. I mean the other values. So now we saw this. So now we know what the pH value is. Let's look into the other two tests, the viscosity and tantumata. How exactly are we going to see this? Now, in our study, the first, let's look into how are we going to see the viscosity, the test of tantumata, which is going to talk about the viscosity part, where the inference that we can get here is that we can follow, rather I have written here 2 procedures, rather we can do 3 different procedures for viscosity testing. And the simplest way is that we take the slide and clean it with a tissue paper, of course, and then place the slide on a even place so that when you drop the milk, that should not roll off. And then take the milk in a dropper and we put about 1 drop of milk on the slide. And then what we do is we take the rod and then check the viscosity of the milk by raising the rod from the milk. So if at all, if the milk is coming along with the rod up, so that is going to talk that it is more viscous. And if it is not coming, so that will talk about it's being non-viscous. So in case the sample is more viscous, it indicates the dominance of kapha dosha. And this is the first procedure. And the second procedure is very simple. When you take a dropper and you start dropping the milk from the dropper, if it is a viscous milk, it does not leave the dropper very fast. It will stick to the dropper for a longer time, and it will be more streaky when it is leaving the dropper. And the third procedure is or what you call can be seen by, this is how the rod test is basically done, where you try to raise. You can see here on this particular slide, right? You can see here on the second picture where the milk is raising up. So this shows that there is tantumata. And you can see here also there is tantumata. And another test, the third test that I was talking about, is when you take the milk and drop it in water, it will leave the streaks out. You can very clearly see the streaks being formed when the milk is going across. So you can see the tantumatam in 3 different ways. But in our study, we did it through the rod test, the test that I was talking about, this one. But there are 3 different ways that we can basically do it across. Now I'll show you a simple demonstration on how exactly is this done. Is it being seen, Dr. Chaitra?
Sir, not it.
It's not being seen. Just. This one is seen?
Yes, sir. Folders can be seen.
Folder. Now you can see the video.
No, sir. Only folders are seen.
The folders are being seen.
Test, that is we
Now,
Yes, sir.
wonderful. So let's go across this.
viscosity test, that is we have to see the tantumat or tantumat. We will put take one slide over there. We will put 1 to 2 drops of milk on it, and then with the help of glass rod we will touch the upper surface of milk with the help of glass rod. Then we will see the threading or viscosity of it. If it is more than 2 mm, then it is a kafaj, and if it is not less than 2 mm, that is it may be vatas, pittas or normal.
Right, so this is how I hope that the video was clearly showing you on how Tantumata is done. Okay, so let's proceed ahead and let's look to this. Okay, are we back to the slide, Dr. Shretra? It can be seen. The slides are seen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. So this is how the Tantumatam is seen. Now let's move to the next test. And this is the test, what we call it as Kshipram Eki Bhavati. And our Sadhika test, right, is what we call it as Udaka Patra Pariksha. And this is something that is again a very simple test that can be done. What we do here is this test will basically directly differentiate to you whether this particular dispersion water test, is going to for Vata, Pitta and Kapha, Dushti, Stanya. And what we need is just a simple beaker. It is not necessary that it is 50 ml, but since we had taken in our experiment 50 ml, so I am telling that it is 50 ml beaker, and then water with sufficient quantity, and you need a dropper. And then how can we, what is the procedure done is that we just drop the water into the, drop the milk into the water and see how it behaves in water. And whether it is dipping it quickly, whether it is mixing along, whether it is floating, they are the different things that we basically try to see in the water. And what inference that we take is when it takes more than 2 seconds to move down, then it can be Vaktaja. When it is quickly going down and sinking down quickly, then it is Kapha. And it takes about 1 to 2 seconds with yellow streaks, then we call it as a Pittaja Stanyatushti. So this is how we infer the dispersion test. And I'll just first, before we go into the further thing, I'll just first show you the demonstration on how we do the dispersion test. Is it visible, Dr. Chetan?
So not yet, sir.
Not that, yeah. Okay. Now visible?
Not yet, sir. Only folders.
Just a minute. Still only folder? Still only.
Yes, sir. Only folders.
Just a minute.
We will take 50 ml.
How about now?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Beaker which contains 40 water in dispersion in water test. We will take 50 ml beaker which contains 40 ml of distilled water in it. We will take 40 ml of distilled water in it.
Just to avoid the confounding factors, there are varieties of water and from place to place they differ. So just to keep a standard control, we had taken distilled water into this.
Then with the help of dropper, we will put one drop from the edge of the beaker to water, and we will see how it is going down. If we will not get the results, then we can put one more drop and see the results. We are watching, this is going down, and slowly from bottom of the beaker it is spreading, so it is like mild kapha it is.
All right, so this is the test, but I'll show you some more different, what do you call the different tests. Is it visible?
Not it, sir.
Not visible?
Not visible.
Okay. Now?
Sir, not it.
No.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Photos.
लेके आने का?
हाँ, वो ये आपको मैडम लेके देते फाइन में रखना हो.
Just avoid the background.
Complete settled on
You can watch this video once more. You will see. Okay, just the Dृष्टि behavior.
Photos.
लेके आने का?
हाँ, वो ये आपको मैडम लेके देते फाइन में रखना हो. मैंने वो आज सुबह पूरा किया ना कभी.
You can see that one is that it quickly goes down, and then second thing is that in this video you could see that the milk was quickly going down and it was also leaving the white streaks, which says that it is a Kaphajastanya. I'll show you a few more the tests that are there. Is this visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, just look at this particular sample of milk. I'll play this again. I want you to look at the way the milk is behaving in this particular. You can see here that the milk is initially floating. You can see, and then later it is leaving a streak. So this is Vata Kaphajastanya Dೃಷ್ಟಿ. You can see initially the milk is floating and then later it is leaving white streak. And it is not entirely going down. Some portion of milk is still continue to flow and some portion is going down. So it is having dual, it is having Vata and Kaphajastanya Dೃಷ್ಟಿ. I'll show you another sample. Is it visible, Dr. Chaitra?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
That was the stanya, which is going down very quickly. I'll just repeat that. It immediately goes down. Typically, you can also see the white streaks being formed when it is going down. And no portion of milk is remaining on the surface. It is entirely going down. So this is another sample.
पेपर्स और ये फोटोज
लेके आने का
हाँ वो ये आप और मैडम लेके
This is what we're talking about, the streaks. You can also decide the tantumata here. You can see that the streaks are being formed, and you can see the streaks being formed only in Kafaja Stanya-Dushti. You don't find the white streaks in any other Stanya-Dushti. And how well the streaks are formed is again based on the type of Dushti, but you can see a beautiful line which is being formed here. So these are few demonstrations of the Stanya-Dushti. So this is how the, is my slide seen?
Yes, sir. Seems.
Okay, so this is how the dispersion test is basically done and seen and interpreted. So this is how the inference basically talks about what type of Stanya-Dushti is being seen across. Okay, now let's look into, we spoke about two more tests, right? We spoke about weight by volume and phenylata. Here, weight by volume is that, let us say that we are taking 2 ml milk, we have taken about 10 different samples of 2 ml milk. But by volume, they may be 2 ml, but by weight, they may differ. So if a 2 ml milk weighs more, then that is going to tell the gurutva of it, which is going to talk about the kapha content. And the volume is 2 ml but weighs very less, that talks about the laghuta of it, which is going to talk more about the vataja component of it. So based on volume by weight, we can decide whether it is a vataja Stanya-Dushti or kafaja Stanya-Dushti. And let's first have a demonstration, and then we shall look into this. First, let me tell you about how we are going to see this. What we require here is a digital weighing scale and a 2 ml syringe, and then we need a tissue paper. And then, of course, what procedure is done is that we just take a syringe, measure weight of the syringe first, and make a note of it. And then we take about 1 ml or 2 ml, whatever is there. In our study, we took 1 ml. And then we weighed it, we weighed it across different samples. What we found that any milk which was weighing between 1 to 1.4, that was coming under Shuddha Stanya. But if it is less than 1, then that can be Vataja. And if it is more than 1.4, then it is Kafaja. So when you take 1 ml milk in a 2 cc syringe, when the weight is less than 1, then it is Vataja. If it is more than 1.4, it is Kafaja. But if it falls between 1 to 1.4, then in the 50 samples that we produced, that it was all showing Suddha Stanya Lakshanas, so that it can be categorized as a normal Stanya-Dushti. Shuddha Stanya. Okay. So let's first look at the demonstration about the weight.
Now moving to the
Is it visible, Chaitra?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yeah.
weight of the breast milk test. Then first we need now moving to the weight of the breast milk test. Then first we need the pocket measuring scale and 1 2 ml syringe. Then we will weigh the empty syringe weight over here. Then we will note this weight, and then we will take 1 ml of milk in it. Then after that we will measure it. Now we will measure the milk with the syringe here. After taking 1 ml of milk in the syringe, then we will measure it, and then we will do the minus the previous weight empty syringe. Then we will get the result.
right? So this is a very simple test. So we know that 1 to 1.4 is normal, less than 1 is Vataja, more than 1.4 is Kaphaja. Is the slide seen, Dr. Chetra?
Yes, I've seen some.
Oh, wonderful. Now let's go into the next test. The next test is the phenyltha of it. And what we need here is are very simple things to test. What are the required? We need an aquarium bubbler. I'm sure everybody has seen an aquarium bubbler. And we need one of them. We need a test tube, and then we need a stopwatch. Stopwatch to see when did the how long did the bubble persist and when did they go across? Because when you forcibly try to create bubbling, even water bubbles sometimes. But then we need to interpret it in a right way. So what is the procedure here is to take the test tube. What we need is to take a clean test tube. We take about 1 ml of mother's milk and then introduce the needle and then produce froth for 30 seconds, by putting the aquarium bubbler on, 30 seconds. And we note the time for the reduction of froth. Once you do it, how quickly are the froth being reduced? That is what we see. And then we also measure the bubble size. If the bubble persists after 5 seconds and are greater than 5 mm, it indicates phenyltha, property of Vataja Stanya. So when you know that Vataja is phenyla, so when more bubbles are produced and they're remaining for a longer time, then that will indicate you Vataja component of it. So that is, if it disappears quickly, it might be telling you that it may be Kaphaja or Pittaja. But when it persists quickly and bigger bubbles for a longer duration, that is going to tell the Vataja component of it. So what we shall do is, you can see here in this particular, I have just kept some pics because it's difficult to catch them in a video. So in the same video, what we did, I have kept some pictures for your visualization. We measure the bubble size and we see the time of disappearance. So I'll just show you. This is the aquarium bubbler that you're seeing on the screen now. We need a time watch, the stopwatch to measure how quickly they disappeared. We need a test tube and the connectivities of the aquarium bubbler. So what I'll do is I'll first show you a demonstration. Is it visible, Dr. Chetra?
Yes, sir, visible.
Okay, I'll just play the video. Please have a look.
The bubbling test, as we know, the phenyl is the guna of Vata, Vadosa. Then, if there are phenyls or phena is there, then we will say it is Vata dominant, or otherwise it is perfect. Now we are moving to the test. Now, with the help of this bubbler, we will make the frothings for 30 seconds in this milk. Then after 30 seconds, we will remove the bubbler and we will see the size of bubbles and the time of disappearing of bubbles. If these are more than 5 mm in size and disappears takes more than 5 seconds time, then it is of Vata dominant. Then if it has less than 5 mm and it takes to disappear 5 seconds, less than 5 seconds, then these are normal.
So in this particular video, you saw that it is a phenyl, it is a Shuddha Stanya. So as you saw, there are no bubbles that are remaining or being formed. I'll show you one more video of Is it being seen, Dr. Chetra?
Yes, sir, it's being seen.
Have a look at this. This is a sample.
Start.
We have taken milk in the test tube, we have inserted the needle, and then now we have started bubbling it. This sample you can see, unlike the other milk sample that we saw, you can see very beautifully the bubbles are being framed, formed, they are being formed. And this did not happen in the previous sample. Right, so this is another sample that we saw. All right. I'm showing another one. This is Pittaja. This is not very clearly visible, but let's try to make an attempt to see this. You can see the color is pretty much what you call yellowish. You can see this Vata Pittaja. You can find clear bubbles that are being formed into this. Okay, so this is about the frothing test, the phenylata of the milk. Okay, so now we saw the demonstration, and now we also know the interpretation of phenylata. Now, in the samples that we studied, the size of bubbles, when we looked into different samples, there were over 17 and 23, totally, if we say of the 50 samples, 40 samples had about 4 mm to 5 mm bubbles. So that we'll talk about this. And over 21 samples, they stayed more than 5 seconds. So that is how the categorization is basically looked into across. Now, coming to the last test, this is the Madhurata, the lactose test. And as we said, the Madhurata is being tested. This is a little bit complicated process. Actually, when we were trying to test this in the PG thesis, we did not find a simpler way of doing a lactose test. Of course, we tried many methods, but of the available methods, what I'm demonstrating now is one that is readily available and can be easily done by any of you. But only thing is that it is time taking and tedious process. So what we do here is, it is the lactose estimation we do, and to categorize into whether it is Madhura or not Madhura, depending on how much, of course, some amount of Madhurata will be there in milk, some lactose will be there in the milk. But the quantity of Madhurata will tell you whether it is Kaphaj or not. Okay, so what we do here is very simple. I'm going to explain you in a little briefer manner. What we do is, right, we take the milk. This is the sugar estimation, which is done through the titration method that we do, and we use the formula here to calculate how much sugar is there, percentage of lactose that is there. But what we do is, we collect the milk in the beaker, and then we take all the required materials. What all things we need here is that we need human milk, about 1 cc. We need distilled water, about 5 cc. We need 6% of copper sulfate. We need a dry salt mixture, which is prepared out of disodium phosphate 100 gram and anhydrous sodium carbonate. Then we need 60 grams of this and sodium or potassium sulfocyanate for 30 gram. And then we need a spirit lamp to boil it. We need a conical flask to contain and to test the color change. And then we need a burette, and then we stand in a mesh to stick the burette and the other things that are required there. What we do here is, we collect the milk, diluted milk, and we add 2.8 to 3.4 cc of milk in a test tube, which is a little larger. And then 5 cc of 6% copper sulfate solution is added to it. And then we add about 4 to 5 gram of dry salt mixture. And then we shake this whole tube and gently boil it for 4 minutes. And after we boil it, we go on adding the milk which is there in the burette until the color, which is blue in color, turns into transparent color. That tells you what, and that particular measure in the burette, we are going to use it in the formula to calculate the percentage of lactose. What we found in our study of 50 samples is about 7.1 percentage of lactose was seen in about 15 to 30% of samples, and about 7.16 was seen in about 35 to 70% of samples. So that is what will tell us the minimum reading that we got was 7.11, and the maximum reading that we got was about 7.16. So any sugar that ranges between this 7.11 to 7.16 is considered to be normal. If it is more than this, that is going to tell you madhurata, more madhurata. So that is going to be talking about kapha. And it is less madhura. It is going to talk about either pittaja or vatajasthanitushti. So what I'll just show you a demonstration, and I'll since it is a bigger video, I'm just going to take a quick tour of the video.
Now we are going to the.
It is a slightly bigger video. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick tour. I'm going to just show you a demonstration of it.
Our last test, that is chemical test.
You can see here the entire materials are ready that I have shown you just now.
That is known as sugar estimation test, or in Ayurveda, we have to find the madhurta of the stanya. Here, requirements are these: human milk 1 ml, distilled water 5 ml, 6% copper surface, and dry salt mixture which contains disodium phosphate 100 gram, anhydrous sodium carbonate 60 gram, sodium or potassium sulfocyanide. Then we will need a spirit lamp, 1 big conical flask, burette. Burette is of 10 ml, then standard mass. We will take a dilution of 1:5 ratio of breast milk and distilled water here. First we will take 2 ml of, as per need, the breast milk, 2 ml of breast milk in the measuring cylinder. Now we will take this 2 ml of milk in the conical flask. Then we will take 1:5 ratio distilled water, as we know. Then we will take 10 ml of distilled water here with the help of measuring jar. Here you can see we have taken 10 ml of distilled water. Then we will add this distilled water in it, in breast milk in conical flask. Solution with the help of measuring jar in burette. We will pour all this solution in the burette of 10 ml. Then we will hold it in the stand. Then we will note the readings, like these are 0.6, 0.7. Now we will take approx 2.8 to 3.4 ml of solution from this burette to this big conical flask. Solution from the burette, we will add 6% copper sulfate 5 ml in it. In this solution we will add dry salt mixture that containing disodium phosphate, anhydrous sodium carbonate, and sodium or potassium sulfocyanide. We will add this approximately 3.4 to 4.5 gram in it. Now with the help of spirit lamp, first we will add 2 glass pebbles in it. Then we will heat it. Now after continuously heating for 4 to 5 minutes, we will add some drops of this solution from burette to this, approx 0.015 to 0.1 from the edge of the conical flask. Drop by drop. Then again we will heat for the 1 minute. After heating for 1 minute, then again we will add some drops from the burette to the conical flask till we will heat for 1 minute, and then we will add drops till it becomes colorless or this blue color will disappear. After adding, we will again heat for 1 minute. Then after continuous heating and adding for 1 minute and then adding of drops, now we will see how this blue color disappears. Then we will note down the readings in the burette also. The readings, previous reading and final readings. Now we have the formula that is a percentage of lactose is equal to 4.04 into degree of dilution that we have taken into 1:5 ratio. So degree of dilution is 5. Then all is divided by titration figure, which readings we have spent from the distilled from the solution from the burette, that is titration figures. Then we will get it like between 3 to 7 in normal breast milk, human breast milk, cow's milk and buffalo milk. Normal range is 3 to 7 gram per DL. Now we are moving to the.
So I hope, was that demonstration clear, Dr. Chaitra? Was that clearly visible?
Yes, sir, it was visible and clear.
Wonderful. So this is how we basically do the sugar estimation, and we try to understand the madhurata of it. So as we know, anything that ranges between 7.11 to 7.16 is considered to be in the sample that we studied, that was showing into Shuddhastanya. So anything higher than this Kaphaja, anything lower than this may be Vataja or Pittaja. So temperature, the next reading is very simple. Everybody in COVID time, I'm sure you have seen this, just to see the, because one guna of the Shuddhastanya is Shita. So we got to see whether it can be looked into. What we found here is, in the sample that we studied, the minimum reading of the temperature was 96.1 and the maximum was about 98.7. So the mean value that comes about is 97.5. So any temperature which is higher than this is Ushna, which is going to tell you about Pittaja component. Anything which is lesser than this is going to talk about either Vataja or Kaphaja component. So this is how the milk temperature can basically be seen. So based on our observation, we prepared a inference and observation chart where we, for color, and this is how, even today we have processed close to 250 plus samples now, and then we are still trying to build up data. But this was just an initial attempt to see whether it can be basically brought into a practical, practical tables for understanding on what type of Stanyadushti it is. So we use color parameter, and the inference is that Vata Dushti, which is G3 plus. If it is Pittaja, it is Y more than Y3, and conchal and all that, it is considered to be normal. And then dispersion test, we know that if it immediately disperses, dispersion and white streaks and sedimentation, that we'll talk about Avasadi Guna Kaphadushti. When it floats on water, we call it as Plavata or Vata Dushti. And under bubbling test, if we see bubble size, if it is more than 5 mm, it is Vata Dushti. And dispersion of bubbles, if it is less than 5 seconds, it is more than 5 seconds, it is Vata Dushti. And sugar estimation, anything which is around 7.3 to 7.11 is considered to be normal. Higher or lower will tell about whether it is Kaphaja or Pittaja, Vataja. Then viscosity, as we see here, is the streaks and the length. If there are no streaks to about 2 mm, it is considered to be normal. When it is more than 2 mm, it is Kaphaja Dushti. And the pH, 6 is acidic Pitta, 7 is normal, less than 8 is Ruksha, which is going to talk about Vataja Stanyadushti. So these are the parameters that were seen. And this is the actual test paper that I'm showing you that we use in our lab. And then we decide the impression of it, whether it is Shuddha or Dushita. If it is Dushti, we try to decide whether it is Vataja, Pittaja, Kaphaja or Tindoshaja. And then this is one of the patient, actually I should have hidden this. This was the patient that we name should have been hidden here. But then this was diagnosed to have Vata Kaphaja Stanyadushti based on the parameter that we used. And what we do here is, when you decide it is Vata, we use either Gudichi, Patha or Suradaru or Mudva, then Pittaja. Based on them, we try to find out what medicine can be given to the patient. And we mostly try to use Kashaya form of all of them. And different conditions are treated based on this particular test. So with this particular the information, I come to the end of my presentation. I hope I have been able to give a small glimpse of how Stanya Dushti can be measured and how Stanya Dushti can be brought into for practical approach, both on demonstration as well as the inference. At the outset, I would like to thank Department of Kaumarabhritya of BVS Bagalkot and the management for having given me this opportunity to share whatever little knowledge that I have to all of you. Thank you so much. And I have finished this in exactly 1 hour in the given time. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Over to the organizers.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It was really an informative session, and thank you for guiding us through the demonstration of Stanya Pariksha and highlighting the relevance of it till date. And once again, we extend our utmost gratitude for your valuable presence, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
The session 3 will be starting by 2:30 p.m. by Dr. Sanju Reddy, sir, consultant neonatologist, Department of Neonatology, KEM Hospital, Pune. We will be joining by 2:30 after lunch, and everyone can join the session by 2:15 p.m. Okay, we'll get back at 2:30 p.m. with the session 3. Thank you all.
Abhishek?
Sir, visible, sir.
Yes. Oh, thank you. So audible like a? Acha?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. हाँ अभिषेक
Yes, sir.
एक मिनट म्यूट करता हूँ लेट मी
Sir.
एक मिनट म्यूट करता हूँ हाँ अभिषेक
Yes, sir.
एक मिनट म्यूट करता हूँ लेट मी
Sir.
एक मिनट म्यूट करता हूँ हाँ अभिषेक
Yes, sir.
एक मिनट म्यूट करता हूँ लेट मी
Sir.
एक मिनट म्यूट करता हूँ
A very warm good afternoon to everybody. And once again, I extend my warm welcome to each one of you to BaalaJeevanam 2023. For the session 3, we have the resource person as Dr. Sanju Reddy, sir, consultant neonatologist, warm good afternoon to everybody. And once again, I extend my warm welcome to each one of you to will guide us through the breast for the session breast milk more than 3. Nutrition. We have the resource person as Dr. Sanju Reddy, sir, consultant neonatologist, BSc Remote Surgery, and Professor. I extend my warm welcome to each one of you to will guide us through the breast BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital Bagalkot. To welcome sir, resource person as Dr. Sanju Reddy, sir, consultant neonatologist, BSc Remote Surgery, and Professor. I extend my warm welcome to each one of you to will guide us through the breast BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital Bagalkot. To welcome sir, resource person now I request
BaalaJeevanam
BSc Remote Surgery
webinar.
and
Very warm
Professor. I extend my
afternoon
warm
to
welcome
everybody.
to each one sir to will guide us
It
through
gives me a
the
immense
breast
pleasure
BVVS
to
Ayurveda
introduce
Medical College and
one of
Hospital
today's
Bagalkot.
guests,
To welcome sir, resource
Dr.
person
Sanju Reddy
now I request
of
consultant
BaalaJeevanam.
neonatal
Before
BSc
I go for
Remote
his
Surgery
detailed
and
introduction,
Professor. I extend
I
my
want to
warm
highlight
welcome
everybody.
to each one sir to
He
will
belongs
guide
to
us
gives
through
me a
the
immense
breast
pleasure
BVVS
to
Ayurveda
background
Medical College and
one
Hospital
of today's
Bagalkot. To
honorable
welcome sir, resource
Dr.
person
Sanju
as
Reddy,
now I request
which I feel before
is
the best example for introduction. I want to highlight
everybody.
the family background belongs to gives me a immense pleasure from state background. One of today's Dr. Sanju Reddy present pursuing which I feel before is a best example for neonatology. From Department of Neonatology, family background belongs to gives he has completed his from Mysore Medical College, Mysore. Dr. Sanju Reddy present pursuing from St. Medical College, example for neonatology from Department of Neonatology, and presently he is in final year from Mysore Medical College, Mysore, and he also published various articles from late journals, conducted research in neonatology as an investigator, and presently he is in final year sponsored by neonatology, and he
various
also
funding
published
agencies.
various articles
To his
from
credit,
late
he
journals,
shared a chapter
conducted research in neonatology
small for
as an
gestational
investigator,
age
and
most
presently he is in
essential
final
in
year
perinatology,
sponsored
a
by
textbook of
neonatology,
perinatology published by
and he also
funding
published
agencies.
various articles.
To his
I
credit,
feel
very
he
much
shared a
privileged to
chapter
have such a wonderful and
small
eminent
for
personality
gestational age, and
with us
presently it
for
is
today's
final
webinar. On
year
behalf of our
sponsored by
management of perinatology and published by
he also
funding
published
agencies.
various articles.
To his credit, I feel very much privileged for today's webinar. Such a wonderful and eminent personality with us for today's webinar. On behalf of our management of perinatology and published by funding agencies. To his credit, I feel very much privileged for today's webinar. Such a wonderful and eminent personality with us for today's webinar. On behalf of our management of perinatology and published by funding agencies. To his credit, I feel very much privileged for today's webinar. Such a wonderful and eminent personality with us for today's webinar. On behalf of our management of perinatology and
Hello. Hello, Abhishek.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Sanju Reddy, sir, to continue with the session. Please, sir.
Am I audible? Hello. Can you hear
Sir.
me? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you for the kind introduction. I thank Dr. Mahantesh sir, Principal of BVVS Ayurvedic Medical College, and Dr. Abhishek also for giving this opportunity for me to present here. Today, I will discuss about the breast milk. It's just more than just a nutrition. We know that there are lots of benefits associated with the breastfeeding, and today we'll discuss about each of them, and we'll enlighten the public about the importance of breast milk feeding. From KM Hospital, Pune, I wish you all the World Breastfeeding Week, Happy World Breastfeeding Week today. outline of my presentation would be benefits to the baby, benefits to the mother, and benefits to the family and community. And also, I would like to give a brief view of our milk bank, which is named as Nectar. We all know that breast milk is the optimal source of nutrition for virtually all the infants, and it is considered as the gold standard for all the neonates, except in case of certain contraindications. Exclusive breastfeeding is recommended by most of the pediatric bodies for at least first 6 months, and WHO recommends continued breastfeeding for at least 2 years, along with the complementary feeding, which is supposed to be initiated at around 6 months of age. And if the mother is willing to continue, she can continue as per the WHO guidelines. So various non-nutritional benefits. We all know that breast milk contains optimal amount of calcium, phosphorus, carbohydrate, like protein and fat, which is important for the growth of the baby. Along with those things, there are lots of other substances other than these protein, carbohydrate, and fat, so which are responsible for the optimal growth and development of these babies. So look at non-nutritional benefits. Breast milk has many antimicrobial effect and gastrointestinal. It helps in gastrointestinal development and good microbiome establishment, and it also helps in the brain development and mother and baby bonding and prevention of chronic diseases, which likely to start in the adulthood. And it also prevents allergy and obesity in these infants. And there are lots of other benefits to the mother, as well as to the family, as well as to the community and our country also. To begin with the antimicrobial benefits by the breast milk, we all know that breast milk contains variety of antimicrobial substances. We all know about immunoglobulins especially. And these antimicrobial properties or substances, they are resistant to the digestive process in the intestine, and they are biologically active at the mucosal surfaces in the intestine as well as the stomach. So to look at certain factors which are important in prevention of infections, are most important one is lactoferrin. The name itself indicates the ferrin means iron. So basically, this lactoferrin binds to the iron, which is important for the bacterial growth in the intestine. So when it binds to the iron, so iron is not available to the bacteria. So bacteria become static in their growth. So eventually they die. So that's how it acts as an antibacterial agent. And breast milk also has lactoadherin, which is an antiviral substances and also prevents inflammation in the gut. And there are certain substances called mucin, especially 1 and 4, which are they entangle the virus and bacteria and prevent their attachment to the intestinal enterocytes and prevent their translocation and thereby prevent infection. And breast milk also has something called as para-aminobenzoic acid, which is also called as PABA. This helps in protection against the malaria, especially in developing countries like India. So there are certain cellular components in the breast milk, like macrophages and B and T lymphocytes, which are responsible for the protection against the both bacteria as well as virus as well as fungi. And breast milk also has stem cells, which is responsible for the regeneration and repair of the intestine, which is damaged because of the inflammation or anything related to the extra feeding. Breast milk has immunoglobulins, especially secretory IgA, IgG, and IgM. IgA is the most predominant portion. So this secretory IgA resides on the mucosal surface. This binds to the bacteria and viruses immediately after they enter the gut. So thereby it prevents their attachment to the enterocyte and their translocation, and that's how it prevents the infection. And IgM and IgG also acted similarly. So breast milk also has certain chemokines, the cytokines. Basically, these are interleukins. These are secreted by the active B cells and T cells. They are like interleukin 6, 7, and 8, and these are basically pro-inflammatory. And also interferon gamma and tumor necrosis factor alpha, which are also help in pro-inflammation as well as activation of all the cells which are responsible for the killing of the bacterial pathogen. At the same time, breast milk also has a mechanism to check on the inflammation to prevent the excess cellular damage because of inflammation. It has interleukin 10 and tumor growth factor beta, which are anti-inflammatory in their nature. Breast milk also has certain chemokines like GCSF, MIF, and tumor necrosis factor receptor inhibitor and platelet activating factor acetyl hydrolase. So each of them, they have their own role. So GCSF, which is a trophic factor for the intestine, and there is a macrophage inhibitory factor, which is basically prevents the migration of the macrophages which are present in the breast milk. Thereby, they stay in the intestine only, and that's how they act on the bacterial pathogens and they kill them. Tumor necrosis factor receptor alpha, which is basically tumor necrosis factor receptor, is involved in basically inflammation. So by blocking the receptor for the tumor necrosis factor, it acts as an anti-inflammatory and thereby prevents the excess damage to the intestine. There is something called as platelet acetyl factor, activating factor acetyl hydrolase, which is present in the breast milk. This platelet activating factor, there is certain factor which is responsible for the intense vasoconstriction in the gut. Thereby, it leads to intestinal necrosis. So when we feed a baby with the mother own milk, that this particular factor goes and kills the platelet activating factor. So thereby it prevents the intense vasoconstriction and formation of NEC. So by having these various antimicrobial factors, breast milk prevents lots of infection related to the various systems. First of all, we look at the gastrointestinal system. So breastfed babies have lesser incidence of diarrhea in the first 6 months, especially. And it has been said that it has been proven that breast milk fed infants are less likely to be, like, especially 14 times less likely to die from the diarrhea in the first year of life. And through a lot of antimicrobial agents, it also provides protection against the sepsis, especially in the preterm neonates, which is important actually. Looking at the respiratory disease, breast milk lowers the risk of pneumonia and wheezing episodes in the neonates. And in the neonates as well, whenever the baby comes to the NICU, we first 2 days usually mother gets colostrum, first 2 or 3 days, and the colostrum mouth painting is regularly recommended by various bodies actually. These colostrum painted in the mouth prevents the colonization of the oral cavity and also prevents the aspiration of the organism from the oral cavity into the lung, especially in the ventilated babies. So thereby, this prevents the development of ventilator-associated pneumonia as well. So thereby, it prevents the pneumonia, and it has been proven that breast milk feeding decreases the wheezing episodes, especially in the childhood, because it has antimicrobial effect and thereby prevents the viral infection of the respiratory system. So most of the wheezing episodes in the childhood are caused by basically RSV and influenza, all these viruses. The antibacterial substances which are present in the breast milk, they directly inhibit the binding of RSV to the respiratory epithelium. This is called as gut-lung axis or bronchomammary axis. In the United States, it has been proven that breast milk feeding prevents almost 21,000 hospitalizations and 40 deaths in every year in the first year of life. And breast milk also provides protection against otitis media, especially recurrent otitis media in the breastfed infants. We all know that COVID-19, it has been recommended that vaccination to be given to the pregnant as well as lactating mothers. So by vaccinating, we are giving rise to more we are helping mother to develop antibodies. These antibodies are passed to the baby via placenta as well as through the breast milk to provide passive immunity. And giving a booster dose also helps in transferring more and more immunity to the baby. And we all know that it has been already proven that there is a significant transfer of antibody to the baby, but extent of protection by these antibodies is not yet to be determined actually. Breast milk feeding to the neonate also significantly lowers the urinary tract infection in term as well as preterm babies, because breast milk has lactoferrin and secretory IgA, which are secreted in the urine in breastfed babies. So these secretory IgA and lactoferrin inhibit the binding of uropathogens to the uroepithelium, so thereby prevents the organism colonization and urinary tract infection. Coming to the mortality and hospitalization, basically mortality is prevented by preventing the infections in the first year of life. So initiation of breastfeeding within the first hour of life, so decreases the neonatal mortality compared to the later initiation. So that's why most of the bodies, including WHO, American Academy of Pediatrics, all they recommend initiation of breastfeeding within first hour of life, that too within first half an hour of life, even in the cesarean section mothers also. Because baby immediately after birth, baby will be highly active, crying. So that time mother can feed the baby easily. Otherwise, after 1 hour, baby starts going into sleep. So that's why it becomes very difficult to feed the baby. So early initiation of breast milk benefits to the baby as well as mother also to enhance the breast milk secretion and also decreases the mortality. So in the United States, it has been proven that breastfeeding reduces the mortality by almost 40% in the first 28 days of life, that is late perinatal period. And it also decreases mortality by 19% in the post neonatal period, that is infancy, that is one month to 1 year of life. Coming to the gastrointestinal functions, human milk has variety of substances which stimulates the growth, development, and function of the GIT, and it also influences the development of microbiota. That is called as the enteromammary axis. It has been proven that the organisms which are present in the healthy organisms which are present in the maternal intestine, they traverse through the lymphatic system and they enter the breast and thereby transfer it to the baby. So that's why breast milk fed babies have healthy bacteria in their intestine and they develop better. So breast milk also has enzymes which are protease, alpha amylase, and lipase, which help in the digestion of the protein and carbohydrate and lipid respectively. And breast milk also has neurotensin and motilin, which are important for the gut motility, especially in preterm babies, which they tend to have dysmotility in the first week of life. So by giving the mother own milk, it will help in the improvement of the motility especially in the preterm neonates. And breast milk also has amino acids that stimulate the enterocyte growth, especially glutamine, which provides alpha ketoglutarate to the TCA cycle, thereby helping them to grow as well as establish their functions as well. So various growth factors, other growth factors and hormones also play an important role in the neonatal development. They are epidermal growth factor, heparin binding epidermal growth factor, vascular endothelial growth factor, nerve growth factor, insulin-like growth factor, and erythropoietin. So these are various substances present in various proportions at various duration of the breastfeeding. So these basically help in the intestinal cell proliferation and maturation, as well as their functional maturation as well. So this particular vascular endothelial growth factor help in the development of blood vessels in the intestine and promote the tissue repair. And this nerve growth factor especially helps in the development of the enteric neuronal system, so thereby improving the gut motility as well. So there are various hormones which are present in the breast milk also play an important role in the gut maturation, especially calcitonin and somatostatin. This calcitonin helps in the development of enteric neurons, and this somatostatin helps in the development, enteric cell development, as well as the regulation of the fetal intestinal secretions. Human milk oligosaccharides, especially this is a hot topic during, especially these days. These older books say it is bifidus factor, and newer term is human milk oligosaccharides. So these are basically present in the breast milk, and 99% of them are not absorbed systemically. So mostly they stay in the intestine. Thereby, they act as a food source for the healthy bacteria. So thereby they act as a prebiotic basically. They stimulate the growth of the healthy bacteria, and they reduce the colonization by pathogenic bacteria. So that's how it prevents the development of pathogenic bacteria and thereby infection in the NICU as well. So this HMOs, especially myoinositol, has been shown to have developmental effect on the brain, and almost less than 1% is being absorbed to the systematic circulation, also helps in development of lymphocytes as well. So coming to the neurobehavioral effects of neurobehavioral benefits of the breast milk. immediately after birth, it has been proposed that skin to skin contact between the mother and baby has to be established as early as possible, especially when the baby is stable. So by establishing the skin to skin contact, we can reduce the infant crying time, and there will be breast crawl towards the mother's breast. So there will be feeding, so that's thereby increasing the blood glucose levels of the neonate, and it also promotes the cardiorespiratory stability in the preterm neonates. And this skin to skin contact also help in maternal bonding, maternal and infant bonding. So by breastfeeding and giving the skin to skin contact, we can reduce the pain during minor procedures, especially putting intracath, doing sampling. All these can be done while giving kangaroo mother care or while feeding the baby. So various developmental factors like DHA and arachidonic acid, which are present in the breast milk, also helps in the neural development. So it has been shown that infants who are breastfed more than 6 months, they have enhanced development of the gray matter, white matter, and hippocampus, and most of the deep brain nuclei, which are responsible for the control of overall system. So it has been shown that breastfed babies, which are especially more than 6 months breastfed babies, have 3.4 points IQ higher than the infants who are never breastfed actually. And on long-term follow-up, even at 30 years of age, these infants had 3.4 to 3.8 IQ points higher than the regular population, which were never breastfed actually. So basically, DHA and arachidonic acid are the chemical components of the breast milk, which are responsible for the myelination and development of the nervous system. That helps in the development of better development and better IQ actually. This visual breast milk feeding also stimulates the visual function, and there will be. It has been proven that breast milk feeding in the NICU, especially in the preterm neonates, smaller and smaller neonates, there will be decreased severity and incidence of retinopathy of prematurity because of antioxidant effect of the breast milk, as well as presence of DHA in the breast milk. And breast milk also promotes the auditory function development in the neonates. Coming to the child behavior, it has been proven that breast milk fed babies, especially more than 12 months feeding, showed a lower behavioral problems in the children in the first 5 years of age group. And there will be almost 60% reduction in the incidence of ADHD in the breastfed babies. And there will be almost 40% reduction in the development of autistic spectrum disorders in these neonates. Most of these data are basically from the United States. Indian data is not much available actually. Coming to the chronic diseases, these are known as DOHAD. This particular term is DOHAD, the developmental origin of health and disease. So these are basically factors which are responsible, factors which are present in the early neonatal period, like intrauterine life and first 2 years of life. They also influence the long-term outcome in the later life also. So especially when the nutrients are not available, especially in the intrauterine growth retardation or infants who were never breastfed in the early part of life, they tend to have modification in the genetic material actually. It's called epigenetic modification. Actually, there will be sequence will be normal. ATGC sequence will be normal in the DNA. But actually what happens is there will be slight modification of the DNA, this adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine. So there will be attachment of methyl group, adenosyl group to these base pairs actually. So thereby this leads to chronic modification of the this genetic material. So during intrauterine life, there will be adjustment by modification of the DNA. So the same modification continues to the next generation as well. So what happens is in the intrauterine life or early neonatal period, when they don't get proper nutrition, they tend to consume more and more protein, fat, and carbohydrate. So after development, when they become older, so during that time also, because of their genetic makeup, they tend to continue the same thing. They tend to consume more fat, more carbohydrate. So that's how it leads to development of obesity and type 1, type 2 diabetes mellitus, cardiovascular diseases, allergic conditions like celiac disease and IBD in the later half of life. So we look at them one by one. It has been shown that children who were never breastfed had almost 2 times higher risk of development of type 1 diabetes. And longer breastfeeding was more protective than the shorter duration. And type 2 diabetes mellitus, which is seen in the later half of the life, usually the breastfeeding leads to almost 33% reduction in the type 2 diabetes mellitus. Coming to obesity, breast milk has 3 important metabolic hormones. They are adiponectin, leptin, and ghrelin. So this ghrelin is also known as hunger hormone, which guides the individual to take more and more food. Whereas leptin is the substance which controls the appetite, which basically in the adults as well as in the neonates and pediatric age group, which is secreted from the stomach as well. But breast milk also supplies leptin in the during the breastfeeding. So that's how breast milk fed infants are always leaner because they have lean body mass higher than the formula fed babies. So whenever you see baby in the OPD, so you can see formula fed babies or cow milk fed babies are mostly fatter than the breast milk fed babies. So basic hormone responsible for that is leptin, so which is appetite regulating hormone. So breast milk fed babies have reduced overweight and obesity in the childhood. Meta-analysis of 159 studies, almost 159 studies which were published in the literature, this meta-analysis overruled all the 159 studies, and it has shown that 15 to 27% reduction in the obesity. Coming to the cardiovascular health, the breastfed babies, especially more than 12 months, was associated with slightly lower blood pressure in the adulthood. So thereby, it also protects against hypertension. Allergic conditions, breast milk fed babies have lesser incidence of atopic asthma, wheezing, allergic rhinitis, eczema in the early part of their life. So because of various immunological parameters and healthy bacteria establishment by the breast milk. By preventing the viral illnesses during the childhood, so it reduces the wheezing in the younger children. And also there will be, because these babies are not fed not fed with the cow's milk in the early part of their childhood, there will be also reduction in the cow milk protein allergy. So nowadays, recent guidelines says that cow milk feeding should be started as late as almost 24 months after their birth. So that's why the first 2 years recommendation is being introduced. Inflammatory bowel disease also reduced by the breastfeeding, because there will be establishment of healthy bacteria, and also these antimicrobial factor prevent the abnormal immune responses. So thereby decreasing the Crohn's disease by almost 30% and ulcerative colitis by 20%. And these babies also have lesser incidence of celiac disease later in their life. And it has been shown that breastfeeding also reduces the malocclusion development in the early neonates, early infants, and also reduces the dental caries, especially the babies who are breastfed for 12 months, because the antimicrobial factor which are present in the milk prevents the abnormal colonization of the oral cavity and thereby reducing the dental caries. And because of improved bonding between the mother and the baby, so there will be lesser chances of abuse and neglect in the childhood. It has been shown that almost 19% reduction in the development of childhood lymphoma and leukemia has been proven in last 20 years. Coming to the maternal benefits, because immediately after delivery, whenever we apply the baby to the breast for breastfeeding, so there will be release of the oxytocin from the pituitary gland. So this oxytocin hormone comes to the uterus and helps in uterine contraction, thereby preventing the postpartum blood loss, and also leads to early placental expulsion. And because breastfeeding is associated with increased production of prolactin, that prolactin is indirectly prevents the ovulation in the mother. So that's how it also acts as a natural contraception. And there will be also less incidence of postpartum depression in the mother, because whenever she feeds the baby, she will feel more happier. So that's how we can reduce the postpartum depression. And there will be lower rates of breast cancer, especially ovarian cancer, and also endometrial cancer in these mothers. So there is also lower risk of development of hypertension and type 2 diabetes mellitus in these mothers, because they tend to lose their weight during breastfeeding. So that's how they reduce their weight. So by reducing the obesity, there will be reduction in the hypertension and type 2 diabetes mellitus. And also mothers will have lesser workload, because they don't have to prepare formula. There is no boiling, no mixing, no spoilage, any chances like that. So there will be less work to the mother, and it will be easy for the mother also. And this helps this breastfeeding also helps in the losing pre-pregnancy weight gain, pre-pregnancy weight also. Osteoporosis, it has been shown that during breastfeeding, because mother has to give more and more calcium to the baby, so more and more calcium is extracted from the mother's skeleton. So there will be decrease in the bone mineral density during lactation. But however, this has not shown any increased risk of fracture in these mothers. So immediately, whenever the mother stops feeding, that is immediately after forced weaning, within a short duration of time, so mother tend to regain their bone mineral density, and there will be no risk of fracture in these mothers. So coming to the advantages to the family, so because family don't have to spend on the formula, there will be no bottle, nothing. So definitely there will be economic benefit to the family, and also lesser comorbidities. We all saw many factors which are responsible for prevention of infection. So there will be lesser morbidity in these babies, so less health expenses, and there will be natural family spacing. They don't have to spend anything on the contraception immediately after birth. Coming to the advantages to the community and country, because there will be lesser morbidity, so there will be lesser hospital admission, so there will be lesser public health expenses, and also there will be population control because of natural contraception. So this is our milk bank in our NICU. We named it as Nectar, which was established in 2018. Rotary Club Pune also helped in establishing this milk bank as well. So we named it as Nectar, which is basically nurturing the tiny babies. To look at our milk bank, we have 1 minute. I will find this. Okay. So this is the area where the mother usually undergo counseling and expression of the breast milk. Once the mother expresses and donates the blood to the blood bank, milk bank. So this milk will be stored in this refrigerator, which is around -20°C. We can keep for almost around 6 months to 1 year also. So whenever we need milk, so we do the pooling, that is mixing up all the milk, because various mothers have a variable concentration of protein, carbohydrate, and fat. So that's why mixing will compensate the lesser proportion in the milk. So after mixing, we do the pasteurization. This is called as Kimi pasteurizer, which is basically Pune, manufactured in the Pune only, less costlier than the foreign brands actually. So this is this pasteurizes the milk with the temperature of 62.5°C for 30 minutes. So after the pasteurization, we keep them here in a small refrigerator. Before keeping them here, we send for the culture. So after culture comes negative, we ship them to the other refrigerator where they are kept for almost months together. So this is the record keeping area where the lactation consultant usually keep the records of the donation, as well as the usually we do the first come first serve, like दो मिल्क जो आता है मतलब पहले आता है वो पहले डिस्पैच किया जाएगा. So we after counseling the mother, we give them option how can they express. Either they can express by hand, or they can express by using manual operated pump or electric operated pump or hospital grade pump as well. After expression in the there is a specific container called BPA free container. This BPA was present in the plastic, which was considered to be a carcinogen. BPA means bisphenol A. So this particular bisphenol A free plastic bottles will be specifically used for the storage of the breast milk. So after collecting the breast milk from the mother, so we store them in the deep freezer, that is around -20°C. We can keep almost for 6 to 12 months. Whenever we want the milk, we cool them together. After cooling, we thaw them. Actually, whenever we freeze them at -20°C, they are in the solid form. So we do the thawing. Then after that, we pasteurize in the chemi-pasteurizer. That is around 62.5°C for 30 minutes. It will be kept in the machine. So after sterilization, pasteurization, we send for the culture and we keep them in the freezer. So whenever we require, we keep them in the refrigerator outside the lactation milk bank. So thereby, from there, sister can collect and dispense to the babies. Take home message of my presentation is basically there are numerous benefits at no cost. And so we need to promote exclusive breastfeeding in all the neonates unless it is contraindicated. So we need to promote longer breastfeeding, especially for up to 2 years or more than 2, if it is if mother is comfortable. Thank you, Ananda. Abhishek?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I'm done with my presentation.
Thank you very much, sir, for your informative session.
Okay, but students, they have logged in the other platform or what?
Sir?
I think you have this thing broadcasted in the YouTube as well as in the Facebook, I guess.
Yes, sir. We are live in our Facebook, sir.
Okay. So they can't ask question here.
Yes, sir. We have asked them if they have any queries, they can put them in a chat box, WhatsApp group or Facebook comment box. We'll let you know the questions, sir, if they're.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, there is a question, sir. Pasteurization process will bring the changes in the structure of protein present in the milk. According to the recent studies, it is recommended not to drink any kind of pasteurized milk. So how safe is it to have the infant pasteurized breast milk?
So routine pasteurization is not recommended actually for the mother own milk actually. Whenever the mother feeding her own baby, it is not recommended actually. But the feeding of low birth weight infants, especially in the NICU, it has been proven that feeding of pasteurized milk, whenever the mother is not getting, then only we use milk from the donor actually. So giving milk directly, most of the parents won't accept it actually because of stigma reasons. So that's why this pasteurization will help in killing the infectious pathogens. At the same time, there will be reduction in the antimicrobial components and certain other components as well, like growth factors are destroyed and hormones are destroyed. But the calorie content will be slightly reduced and protein content will be slightly reduced. But overall, there will be this will be even better than the formula actually. Whenever we feed the babies in the NICU, whenever the mother is not available or not able to express her breast milk, our mother is very sick, that time we can preferably use donor human milk from the milk bank actually. So that's why instead of giving formula feed to the preterm babies, we can definitely go for the PDHM, which is recommended as second best for the preterm babies by the WHO as well. So mother own milk is always the first line, so that is the best one. The second best one is donor human milk whenever it is not, whenever the mother own milk is not available. Then third best one is formula milk, and then comes fourth on the list is animal milks like cow milk, like those things.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have one more question. How to assess the nutrition is optimum in breastfeeding working mothers?
Optimal breastfeeding is assessed by urine output. So we can, on the history, we can ask mother about the number of urine baby is passing. And also the best method is always weighing the child at every visit. So if the baby is from the 10th day onwards, if the baby is gaining around 30 grams per day for the first 3 months, it is optimal actually. So developmental parameters, especially weight, height, and head circumference monitoring remains the important part. And plotting them on the growth chart is most important part actually. We can follow up the child continuously with the nutrition monitoring.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. There is one more question. As per this year's theme given by Baba, how the breastfeeding and work can be done hand in hand, or how it can be carried out hand in hand simultaneously.
Okay. Whenever the mother goes for the job, we know that we are all in the competitive world. Whatever salary one person is getting is not enough for the family to survive actually nowadays. So that's why most of the mothers also keep working. So it's very it becomes a challenge for the family. So whenever mother is working, she can express her breast milk and she can keep in the home. So after expression, breast milk can be kept for at least 4 hours after the expression at the room temperature. In the fridge, she can keep almost for 24 hours. So whoever there in the family can feed the baby whenever the mother is not there with the help of their expressed breast milk. And also certain jobs like software jobs and certain factories also provide something called as creche bolte. These are specifically areas where mother can go and feed her baby. So even nowadays, airport and railway stations are also providing certain areas where a mother is allowed to do her breastfeeding securely without any hesitancy actually. So even at work, so specifically mother has to request to the superior officer, so she can breastfeed the baby as well.
Thank you, sir. There is one more question.
Okay.
Best food for production of optimum quality of breast milk, sir. The best food for production of optimum quality of breast milk, and which food should be avoided during the breastfeeding period?
Okay. There is no particular recommended best food for the feeding mother actually. We need to provide at least around 500 kilocalories higher than what is her above her regular consumption actually. So regular food, which is usually their culture, dependent on their culture. So people can use whichever is appropriate for them actually. So we cannot recommend particularly, but eating green leafy vegetables and certain called chia seeds, methi, all these can enhance their milk output actually. And feeding during night time and playing with the baby and a healthy relationship with the family, keeping themselves happy, so it will help in the improving the breast milk output in the mothers.
Thank you so much, sir.
I will share my presentation so that they can also read later on also. I will send to Dr. Abhishek, so he can share with others also.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Are there any
We extend our sincere gratitude for your valuable presence and informative talk. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for the time.
Yeah. As we approach to the conclusion of this seminar, BaalaJeevanam 2023, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the resource persons for sharing their expertise knowledge with us today. So now I request Staff Coordinator Dr. G.S. Kulkarni, sir, Professor, Department of PG Studies in Dravyaguna, to brief about the report of BaalaJeevanam 2023. And I request him to announce the cash prize winners of essay competition, which is sponsored by Himalaya Wellness Company. Please, sir.
Om Shri Dhanvantare Namaha. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected dignitaries who have gathered virtually on the occasion of World Breastfeeding Week 2023, a national level seminar, online national seminar BaalaJeevanam 2023 was organized by the Department of Kaumarabhritya, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital Bagalkot in collaboration with Pediatric Society of India, NIMA. The theme for the keynote address for this seminar was delivered by Dr. Shrinidhi Kumar Acharya, Associate Professor, Department of Kaumarabhritya, National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur. The keynote address was followed by the first session, that is the topic and insight into the FAQs of breastfeeding by Dr. Abhishek S, Assistant Professor, Department of Kaumarabhritya, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot. The session 1 was followed by session 2. The speaker was Dr. Aziz, Professor and Head, Department of Kaumarabhritya, KLE Societies, Sri BM Kankanwadi Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Belgaum. The topic was demonstration of Stanya Pariksha. Demonstration of Stanya Pariksha. The second session was followed by the third session. The speaker was Dr. Sanju Reddy, consultant neonatologist, KM Hospital, Pune. The topic was breast milk more than just a nutrition. Totally, more than 1,200 registrations today. It's national seminar. More than 320 participants registered for the essay competition, and totally the number of states participated in the national seminar were more than 22, and institutions participated in this national seminar were more than 260. And the designation wise participants, what we can report is the undergraduates more than 720 plus, postgraduates 211 plus, PhD scholars 7 plus, faculties 209 plus, practitioners 9 plus. And for the essay submissions, the undergraduate students were more than 207, postgraduates 87, faculties 04, practitioners 02, engineering college students 04, public participants 07. An essay competition was organized by the Department of Kaumarabhritya, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot, and the essay competition was sponsored by Himalaya Wellness. And the topic for the essay competition was breastfeeding friendly workplace. And there was a in-depth essay evaluation procedure. 3 rounds of evaluation have been done. Round 1 for ensuring of adherence of rules by the authors. Round 2 evaluated by the panel of judges without the author's identity for the following criteria. They are: number 1, relevance to the theme, comprehensiveness or detailed description of the topic, originality or uniqueness, insights bar own view, clarity of the thoughts, creativity, ability to highlight the focal point, correct usage of punctuation, spelling and capitalization. Round 3, evaluation by the subject experts of the best 10 essays without their identity to award to winners. Essay competition sponsored by NIMA, and the winners list and the essay competition was organized in 2 sections: the PG section and the UG section. And the winners list for the PG section, the second prize has been bagged by Dr. Ashmita, PG scholar, Alva's Ayurveda Medical College, Mumbai. The first prize was bagged by Dr. Pooja Wingold, final year postgraduate, Department of Ayurveda, KLE Societies, Sri BMK Ayurveda Mahantesh, Belgaum. And in the UG section, the winners list is as follows. The second prize has been won by Ms. And the first prize has been won by Miss
Prashansa Sanjay Dehenkar, 3rd Professional BMS, Shri Gurudev Ayurved College, Amravati. And on the eve of this national seminar, the management, principal, and staff of this esteemed BVVS Ayurved Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot, has recognized the special contributions of Dr. Abhishek S, Assistant Professor, Head Department of Kaumarabhritya, BVVS Ayurved Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot, who was also a resource person and organizing secretary of BaalaJeevanam 2023. With this brief reporting, I just hand over the proceedings to the anchor. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you so much, sir. When we undertake the quality work, is no doubt about it that we will be rewarded with a quality recognition. With this, I once again congratulate all the participants and winners of essay competition. So remember, breastfeeding is not just the health choice, it is an investment in our future well-being of our society. Let us join hands and work together to create a world where every mother is empowered to breastfeed her child without any hindrance. With request Dr. Abhishek S. Sir, Organizing Secretary, Assistant Professor, and Head Department of Kaumarabhritya, to give the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Very good evening. Finally, we have reached the end of the session or end of the national seminar. I feel very lucky and happy that you have come with a success party. First of all, I would like to thank the management and Dr. Veerayana Sarathimat sir, who is the chairman of the BVVS Sangha, and also Dr. Mahesh Atani sir, who is the Honorable Secretary of BVVS Sangha, for their support and contribution in various fields. Next, I would like to thank Ms. Sri Mallikarjun Sasnu sir, who is the Honorable Chairman, Governing Council, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Bagalkot, for his guidance and constant support. I would like to thank Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, especially they have done it very, we have collaborated with them, and without them, this would not be a huge success. I would like to thank the whole team of NIMA, and especially Dr. Ved Prakash Sharma sir, the President of Pediatric Society of India, NIMA, and also Dr. Amol Patil sir, Secretary, Pediatric Society of India, NIMA. I would like to thank the principal of our institution, Dr. Mahantesh M Salimath sir, for guiding us, for supporting us, and what and all we required. He has facilitated us, and he is the main reason for the success of today's seminar. I thank him also. It show does not run overnight, or it does not happen overnight. The wheels roll from the so many days. The planning happens from the so many days, and as when we discussed with the resource persons, Dr. Shrinidhi Kumar Acharya sir, Dr. Aziz sir, Dr. Sanju Reddy sir, they wholeheartedly accepted, and they were very happy to be a part of our seminar. I would like to thank each one of them for giving time for us, and they have enriched our knowledge with their talk. I would like to thank all of them. And Dr. Anita Kulkarni madam, Dr. Asha madam, Dr. Pallavi Hegde madam, Dr. V.S. Seremat sir, they have welcomed our guest, and they have briefed their introduction to all our participants. Almost we have got 1,000+ registrations. To all of them, they have with a brief introduction that introduced them. So I would like to thank all the 4 members for their support. Finally, the report was given in detail report, and the prize announcement was done by Dr. G.S. Kulkarni sir, the Department of Dravya Guna, BVVS Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital. I think you all are happy with the prizes also which he has announced. I would like to thank him also, and especially Himalaya Wellness Company for coming up, and we could say they are the proud sponsors for our essay competition, which was a part of our national seminar BaalaJeevanam 2023. I would like to thank Himalaya Wellness Company also, and all the organizing team of BaalaJeevanam 2023. There are various committees for there, the panel of judges for there, including all the committees, technical team, the teaching staff, and non-teaching staff. Especially, I need to mention a few names: Dr. Pawan sir, Dr. Puneet sir, Dr. Anita madam, Dr. Shiv Kumar sir, They were with me throughout without sleeping or something. They were with me. I'd like to thank all of them and all the teaching staff of our institute and also the non-teaching staff. And anchoring was done by Dr. Chaitra. I would like to thank her also, and all the delegates and essay participants, and also the students who had attended, and the public have attended. There are registered a lot of registrations. I would like to thank all of them for being a part of our success. I hope we'll meet soon with another brainstorming sessions or webinars. Till then, namaste for all of you. Thank you. That's the end of BaalaJeevanam 2023. We'll meet in future.